This conference will now be recorded.
I'm just letting you know now. I don't know the details that Steve can control. Yeah, they just gave me some probably 43 figures.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Thank you. Used to it.
Test, test, test. Test, 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 test.
Okay.
All right, Mikey, I want you to smile here. I'll get a close up.
No, Mike, good now. Am I on? 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. And anybody else?
Said to see this just came, this is the one that changes our land names. So this will go into the county district, back to us.
Call to speak. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
The United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. We have a lot to do today. I think we have everybody is here. The announcements, the next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors will take place on Tuesday, August the 27th at, this says 5:30 p.m. at the Community Center on Edgewater Drive. That's here. Please silence or turn off your cell phones. The key upcoming events are the MGA member August the 8th and 9th. And we're going to meet our candidates on August the 14th at 5:30 at the clubhouse. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, and our general manager will see time. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Comments.
Public comment?
Other than what's on the action.
Right. Public comment on anything other than what's on the action agenda?
Yeah, there's a mistake.
Okay.
Page 3, I didn't vote yes.
We haven't voted yet. We haven't voted.
She has to have public comment before we go.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we were on the agenda. I'm sorry.
No.
I apologize.
Public comment on anything that is not on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay. Motion to approve the agenda, the consent agenda.
Now I should say it.
Now we can.
Page 5, it says the vote was 5-0. It was not, I voted no.
Yes, you did.
Got that, Melissa?
No,
Huh?
he said, I remember you saying yes because I was surprised.
I never voted yes.
I know you don't, but that,
I'm not going to vote yes today either.
okay,
It's not right. It hasn't
Okay.
been right for a year,
okay.
even though it appears I'm the only one that knows that.
The numbers
are not, it is not a complete form.
its numbers are what they are. You may not agree with them, but they are what they are.
There's no last year numbers. They took them out and never put them back in. The plan is a bogus plan that was never really done correctly. It's the same amount every month for everything. That's not a plan.
Okay, can we have a motion, please?
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Now we can have discussion. Public comment? Discussion from the board? Call the vote.
Supervisor Brooks,
No.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
Supervisor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Supervisor Norton, President Phillips,
Can I ask a question, if I may? The general manager is responsible for the financials, correct?
Correct?
And we never talk about the financials because we just approve them. Is that correct? Correct.
Unless there's,
Unless there's something, yeah.
unless there's something that you need to discuss concerning the finance. But all I'm saying is what's presented, those are the actual numbers. Whether we agree with them or not, that can become an action item down on the action board.
Right.
But the numbers are what they are. So the reports, in my opinion, are accurate. If you don't, but if we don't like what's on the report.
So we just assume that the numbers are correct? I'm just asking.
For clarification.
I'm not going where you think I'm going.
No. For clarification, though, you've been concerned, and we've been addressing it with Infomart about not showing last year's comparable.
Correct, which they
throughout
used
the
to
report.
do.
And our engagement with Infomart, based on how they've reshaped that form, that is just too cumbersome for them. And I don't agree with it, but we don't control that report. It's Infomart. So we've asked them to adjust and to change, and we've been struggling with that. And, it's not an excuse. I'm just telling you that's the challenge.
Right, I understand that, and they're not going to change, so I'm
Yeah.
going to continue to vote no.
I got you. But it's not about the numbers. You're just wanting to see a comparable from last year. Is that?
But I'm also asking is, if we don't agree with the numbers, when do we challenge them? I guess that's my question.
Under the action agenda.
They are, well, but they're never there.
Ask for it to be.
Just ask for it to be put on there.
We
Just
don't
a,
get this stuff till 5 days before the meeting.
just a quick note, any member of the board, if there's an item on the consent agenda that you want to have a full discussion on, it is totally within your prerogative to request that item during the meeting be moved to the action agenda. And you do not need a vote of the board. Any board member can say, I'd like that item pulled and placed on the action agenda. We will rework the agenda, and then you have a vote on having the amended agenda as presented. And it's been my experience that every board always approves that because they want good discussion on items. So just keep that in mind for the future if you would like to pull an item from the consent agenda.
Or you can do it now.
Well, I mean, I had a question on the financials or the treasurer's report.
Okay.
Because I didn't understand the numbers that are, I'm sure the numbers are right. But it says here that the official board packet that we're going to be around, at the bottom it says $10,975,000. And then the end of August, we're going to be at $12,800,000. I just don't know how we get there.
You're talking the summary of accounts?
Yes.
Okay, so this is our product. So I'll take full ownership of this one. So when we started doing this, we have to set a standard date that everyone can refer to. We added the column there. It says board packet, official board packet. So that's what's presented to you that any citizen can look up online. We continue that. We do, for accounting purposes, have an end of month, so it gives you a comparison of the board meeting compared to the end of month. What we have is estimated in August. What we are forecasting in August is that we have some large revenue injects coming that federal, county, ARPA, that is going to come to us to bring us to that number. We know that as staff, and that's why we can forecast that much happening in a month from now.
But it hasn't been received.
Hasn't happened.
It hasn't been received.
Yeah, that very last column is an estimate of accounts 30 plus days from now. That's all that is. And we're just tracking through finance that there's additional revenue coming that we are aware of and will acknowledge, and that might change your numbers.
So let me ask you this. If you go down to the utility fund account, which is the fourth one down, it's going to, you're estimating as of today's date, or the 19th, that it's at $1,068,000.
Yes, sir.
And it's going to go to $1,006,000.
Yep.
So just out of curiosity, what's going to cause it to go up 600,000?
Because there's revenue coming from our county for projects that we've paid for out of general utility fund that will go into that account from ARPA, pumps we bought. That's coming in the next 30 plus days. So that's going to throw in there. That is not revenue from water bills. That's additional revenue that's going to come into that account, and then we'll be able to move it since we've already paid for it.
That was the $500 that was granted to us for.
The ARPA, the funding, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yeah. So that's our forecasting model, just to give you a snapshot.
No, I mean, that's fine. It just seemed like a big jump. That's what I,
What it is. And the reality is that, and you'll see when we talk our budget, we as a district are going to be looking at between $1 to $2 million in additional things coming, not tied to any assessments or any increase in anything, that we have just been owed by federal, state, and county money that will eventually start coming into our coffers.
okay.
Yep.
I mean, I was just looking for an explanation.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yep.
sure the numbers were correct. It just seemed we only took in like 700,000 in revenues the month before, and now we're going to go up almost $2 million.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So it seemed a little awkward.
No, that's a good point. Yes.
Okay.
But well, while we're here then,
Yes.
if I'm on the right line then, what are we expecting out of the golf fund operating? It's going to bring us 345,000 next month. All right, but line, it goes from 15,000 in the board packet to 360,000.
Those are our fluid operating accounts, so money is coming from any revenue generation, from reimbursements, for money that we put in from projects. I mean, it's,
In the golf fund?
yeah, the golf has those 4 accounts that are being populated by multiple sources, tournaments and whatnot. So again, that's a mark in time that could fluctuate very quickly as we start seeing the weekly payouts and how the money's being generated.
Okay.
For that one specifically, I can't give you a firm, this is where it's coming from. We just know that across the next 30 plus days, there'll be some forms of funding that will come to populate that checkbook.
Okay.
It's not reserves, it's just the actual funding of the operating of the golf course. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'll sit down with,
Be interesting to see next month.
yeah, and I'll sit down with the team and we'll figure out, give you a specific answer where that generation's coming from.
Okay.
I could say maybe it's better if you don't show us the estimate for the next month.
I'm not showing that. I'm just trying to be fully transparent, but if you want me to stop it, I will stop it.
No. I voted yes.
No, I mean, but when you see a big jump like that with no explanation.
I got you.
That I had.
Yes. And okay, so that's a valid point. So at the bottom of this report, there's lines that my finance department has that shows you what's coming in and out. It would just make this report, so we just cut it at the account number. If you truly want that data, I can print it on a separate sheet. We can add it in here. Then you'll be able to lay out where we think money's coming and going from. We definitely can add it. I'm not hiding it from you. It's a bureaucratic sheet of a ledger, basically. If that's more informative to you, next month, we can just add it in the packet.
It'd probably only be for.
Well, let's put it, if it doesn't come through next month, then we probably won't want us.
I got you. It's a living document.
Yeah, I got you.
That's the only question I had on it.
Okay.
I mean, Infomark now, that stays on top. Can I ask a question about Infomark?
Can we wait until we get to that?
I thought we did.
Well, it was part of the consent agenda. You all
Okay.
approve it. Yeah. So
Go ahead, sir.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Well, he knows what I'm going to ask him.
the Infomark is just an administrative action. We had to clean up some language from the contract. So you all approved the new contract 6 months ago. We changed the terms, we reduced the costs. But what was lacking in that contract was a time period ending in October of this year. Infomark came back to us and said, hey, can we clean up this language before we do the next year's contract? So it was purely administrative in action. We're not changing anything. That's why I put it as part of the consent agenda, because it's really just taking you guys to say, yeah, vote, and then I'll get Beverly's signature. But that's all it is. It's just locking in an end date of October of this year, because what will come from Infomark in the next 30 days is from October of 2024 to October of 2025, we will keep them on our books one more year, no change in cost, no change in anything, but that's a separate contract. This is just cleaning up the language of the contract that we're currently under.
That exists today.
Exists today, yes, sir. There's no other changes, yeah.
And 60-day was in the
We
original?
reduced it from 6 months to 60 days. That's our extraction that we can tell them go away, or they can tell us go away. That stays the same. And that'd be the only change. And it's not a change, that's what you all voted on 6 months ago, so.
Are we any closer?
Well, we are. It's software and one person, a body in the seat for accounts payable that we are lacking to jump away from this. That is probably 6 to 9 months out, and we'll have some discussions. We have now an IT department on staff. We have someone training on the accounts payable. We're getting very close to be able to say, we don't require their services. But we budgeted for 2025. I want to keep them on the books for 2025, because if I pull the trigger 6 months into 2025, it just saves us money. So.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the answer I was looking for, but yeah.
Okay. We have a message from our county commissioner, Scott.
Staff and residents, Scott Kerouac, Highlands County Commissioner, District 3. Glad to be here this morning to give you a little bit of update, a few things that we've been working on with your general manager in your office. As you see on your agenda packet, under A, county resolution and transfer of Sun Lake Boulevard. I know that has drug on. I don't agree with as long as it's taken, but I'm trying to navigate government the best that I can. I think the stick in the mud certainly was, and I think you folks, and I agree with you, is that if you're going to sign an agreement that you're going to take over the responsibility of Sun Lake Boulevard, you want us also to put in writing that we're going to complete Schumacher Road. Seems to make sense, right?
Right.
Government these days, power shifts, changes, and before you know it, somebody's forgot about it, right? So that is indeed what we're getting ready to do. I know when this comes up in front of you folks today, the agreement that you'll be asked to approve has a stipulation in it that you today would approve the taking of Sun Lake Boulevard, and that would start a clock within 60 days. Our board has to execute the agreement and approve the agreement for Schumacher Road to reconstruct and pave it. If we do not do that, then Sun Lake Boulevard reverts back to the county and we would be responsible for it. So that would be your safeguard in doing that. But from our legal department, I'm being told that's the way we need to flow it through the commission. So that safeguard will be built into the agreement that you're going to be looking at today. That's from the signing of that agreement. We have, I can't remember if it's 60 days. I know Boz has been talking with our attorney about it, and he shook his head, yes, 60 days, that will come in front of our board to finish that all up, and we can all move on down the road. As far as the county resolutions for code and policy adjustments, that is something now that legal is certainly they're aware of. They are working on. They have, I'm sure that some of y'all are aware, on the landowner vote, that took a lot of work. There was a lot of cleaning up to do on the landowner vote through our legal department because of the way that it was set up years ago to clean all that up. So finally, you're getting to the end of that, and now that we can hopefully scratch Sun Lake Boulevard, Schumacher Road, and the landowner vote off our legal list, they'll continue on moving down the line to work with you folks on those code and policy adjustments. And then under item number C, the request for land parcel acquisitions for the wastewater treatment expansion, wastewater system expansion that you folks are doing. That list of lots has moved around a little bit, I believe, through the engineering of the people that you folks have been working with on which lots are needed and which lots are not needed. I'm advocating and pushing for those lots to be donated to you folks out here at Sun and Lakes from the county. The only thing that we have to make sure of, and we have to vet through, that all the lots that are being requested for are for the wastewater treatment expansion, and they will not be used for any type of development whatsoever in the future, that they're going to be for a public purpose out here, and that they will be used for the wastewater treatment expansion. And when we settle down on that, certainly that's something that I'm going to push forward with the commission. I don't know why any of those would want to vote against that, because it increases your reach on your wastewater treatment and your utility out here, which in turn will increase chances of more lots being developed and increase revenue for the county and everybody. So certainly, but we have to make sure we vet through that list with our engineering department and your wastewater, whoever you're using for the engineering or coordinating the expansion of that system. So we are certainly working on things. I think, as you folks probably are aware, wheels of government move very slowly. It can be aggravating at times, but I ask for your patience and your understanding that when it comes to legal matters for the county, there's certainly a lot of moving pieces every day. And Sun and Lakes isn't the only thing that we work on. So I met with the county attorney last week, spent an hour and a half with her, and you folks were a big part of that conversation. And that I want to be updated on a regular basis on the progress of these things that they're working on for Sun and Lakes and Sebring. And that's about it for today. We're certainly working through our budget process like you folks are working through, and more to come on that. I would be glad to answer any questions at this time. Everybody good?
I got a question for both you guys.
Sure.
Are we supposed to see the 60-day thing in this?
So in your packet is
I can't find it.
That's number E, is your tab E, is the 2-page agreement resolution that's going to go to the county board. What Commissioner Kerouac mentioned, there's 2 adjustments to that. We haven't received the final draft. They're going to add approval of the transfer agreement as conditioned on the county's commitment to start improvements on Schumacher within 3 years. And it's not in there. I'm saying that I haven't received these other than by an email. So there's 2 adjustments to that resolution.
Is this one that you printed out?
No, we're talking what's in the packet, sir, Sun Lake Boulevard.
So this package.
Yes.
So
Abby,
so I'm right. There's nothing here about the 60 days, correct?
there's not exactly right. There are 2 late-breaking adjustments from county attorney. The one I just read, plus failure of the county to adopt the resolution within 60 days of the approval of this transfer agreement will invalidate your approval of the agreement. So those 2 adjustments, they'll be added to that tab E from the county. That'll go to the county commission. It'll come back to us for our vote. So that again, I don't have the final product from
That's fine.
county.
We're not voting on this then.
We're not voting on it. It's just a situation we're in, is knowing that they've adjusted it based on what the county commissioner says.
What is this?
I got you. So that is the landowner adjustments, the code adjustments that we wanted back from last September. That is the latest from last night from our county of the language changes that they're recommending for, again, you to review, get feedback on, and it's going to go to the county commission this month for their approval, and then back to us for our take on it. That adjusts the landowner, the absentee ballot, some code enforcement issues. Those are county resolutions. We are not voting on those. We're just aware of them and acknowledge them. And then once I see them back approved by the county, we will vote on them to accept them.
All right.
Okay.
I can assure
Read this.
the 5 of you sitting up there, and your staff and the residents here, I will support and advocate nothing less than this be done the way that it should be done. That you're going to get in something in writing, okay, within 60 days, the transfer of that road, that we are doing Schumacher Road. And if we don't, okay, then we will take Sun Lake Boulevard back. Okay, so I'm not going to settle for anything less. This has been going on way too long. Okay, way too long. I got elected in 2020. Okay, this was going on in 2018. Okay, so you can imagine I'm as equally as frustrated as you folks are. Okay, doing my best to navigate the system that I work with. Okay, that can be aggravating at times, but I can assure you, if you watch next week's meeting, comes in front of us, I will make it clear. And I made it clear during the last board meeting, during my comments, that it needs to be in writing, okay? And it's also going to be in a discussion we got from our county administrator last night, that during our budget discussions to have another $100,000 put into the Schumacher Road account, because I've been successful for 2 years now, getting that $100,000 each year. We now have $200,000 through this budget process. My goal is to add another $100,000. That's $300,000, okay? Because this project is going to take about $600,000 for Schumacher Road, okay? And that timeline will give us the opportunity to build that money, because I says I am not going to tolerate us getting to that point in time when it's time to start turning dirt out there on Schumacher that we don't have the funds, okay? That is not acceptable to me, and I'm not going to, I will push tooth and nail to make sure that that does not happen. Like I said, this has taken way too long, frustrating. We need to scratch this off of our list and go on to other things in life, okay? And I can assure you that I'm going to continue to push for that. But like I said, there's 5 commissioners. There's a lot of things everybody's working on a daily basis, but you folks are a big part of our county, a big part of our community here. And certainly, and with Boz's, being proactive on a lot of this stuff and what have you, and working on cleaning a lot of things up, we will continue to do that. But, certainly any of you are welcome to reach out to me. If I ever get into a situation that I don't feel that I have the support of at least 2 others on my board, then I will probably reach out to you folks on the board to advocate and contact the other commissioners, and certainly be respectful of sunshine law, because you can't discuss with them what we have discussed. But if there is a need that I feel that I need some extra help or what have you, then that's how government works. And you reach out to your representatives, you advocate for your position on why you need their support. So I don't foresee that happening, because I think they're all pretty much know where this is going and they're on board with this. But it's the formalities of these agreements, the legalities of them and what have you on transferring the road, than us going ahead and making sure that we memorialize an agreement in writing on Schumacher for you folks. So I will continue to work on that as hard as I can and keep you updated on a monthly basis. And if any updates are needed beforehand, I certainly will reach out to Boz to let you folks know, what have you. But certainly I've been here since Nick. You guys, you got a great guy here, Nick Sawyer, working with you as your operations manager. I think you guys have done real well there. So,
All right, so A and B, we're going to do next month or month after?
Yes, sir. Once the county approves both resolutions, they'll come to us. For them to get county approval, they need our understanding that the language is acceptable. And the language we've provided our county that we're giving you the updates on, as your GM, I'm totally accepting of that language that goes before them for a vote. Then it comes back to us to accept it for us as a resolution.
Yeah, there will be no misunderstanding when it comes in front of our board.
That's fine.
That there's going to be 2 agreements. There's going to be the transfer of Sun and Lake Boulevard, and then within 60 days, there's going to be a follow-up agreement for Schumacher Road to come in front of our board. If Schumacher Road does not get approved by our board, then the agreement for Sun and Lake Boulevard is null and void.
Okay, so A and B.
To protect you folks.
You'll come back to us on.
Yes, sir.
What's the deal with C? Has the county accepted the fact that we're the
What I've
transfer?
talked to legal and county administration, I don't predict a heavy lift on this for the wastewater treatment expansion and the lots that are needed. I've always advocated that the county ended up with these lots under default. Okay? Thousands of lots out here. The county was the largest landowner in Sun and Lakes of Sebring at one time. Okay? And the reason the county ended up with those lots is because of the improvement district tax liens that were attached to those lots. Okay? And no investors, it was not a good investment to buy any of these lots under tax deed sale, because those individuals would have had to satisfy the improvement district tax liens to get clear title on those properties. So that's why they just sat there. Nobody bought tax certificates and nobody bought tax deeds on Sun and Lakes of Sebring lots, because of all the back liens that are attached to each lot. So when that happens after a period of time, they revert to the county and all those get erased. They all go away, vanish. Okay, then the county inherits them, and we've sold over $8 million worth of lots. So as you can believe and count on, I will be advocating up there, listen, if they need 10, 15, whatever, 15 lots, whatever they need for their wastewater treatment expansion, I don't think it's an unreasonable ask that we inherited $8 million, thousands of lots, and they need 15 lots for a wastewater treatment expansion. I challenge any of my fellow commissioners to sit up there on the dais and dispute that. It's a win-win for everybody, okay? We donate the lots. Sure, we've got a little bit of legal expense in them, but so, you know, we donate the lots to you folks out here. You expand your reach on your wastewater treatment, okay? That opens up more lots for development that are bringing basically nothing revenue to the county or to this district, okay? People start building houses because there's wastewater available. It's all good for all of us. So for anybody to sit up there, a fellow commissioner sit up there and say, no, this is a bad deal, I will say, the floor is yours. You explain to me how this is a bad deal, because it's not. I think it's a great deal. It's a win-win for all of us. So I'm not predicting a lot of pushback on this, but of course.
I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate the fact that you're going to help us. But the first letter goes back to February 7th. Have we gotten a response on any of this? I mean, we're talking like 5 months.
We have.
Huh?
We have, and I've been engaging Commissioner Kerouac. It's at the staffing level right now, but now commissioners are starting to inject into it. But we've talked to the legal, we've talked to the county administrator as well as the county engineer, and they're all supportive in concept. We're just trying to close the loop on that.
55 lots,
we reduced the list.
55 lots.
The ask was everything that came up for the most recent sale. Then when I went back to the drawing board with our engineers, there was a newer list, and that's one of the letters in here. We reduced it from the 50 to 15 or so. That's what we need for the wastewater plant. Mm-hmm. And that's the list they're working off of right now for transfer.
Yeah, the list has been a moving number because of engineering on your new wastewater treatment, on where things were going to be placed and what have you. So it has been a moving number of how many lots were needed.
So these three things in here, that's not what we're working on. We're working on a consolidated list of
It's the third letter. It's the most recent letter to the county in the April timeframe. That's why I included it to you. The 24 May letter, we started a February discussion, we adjusted it. The most recent, the current letter we're working off is 24 May, and that's the 10.
So there's nine lots.
Yes, sir.
And the rest of these are?
The rest are county foreclosed on, and they will sell at their leisure, but we don't need them for the wastewater.
So now we only need non-lots?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
I didn't understand.
It's kind of been a moving number through the design and engineering of the wastewater treatment, so we've been kind of settling on that. But one thing that I have done and staff has done, because we were getting ready to put another group of lots up for sale, all those lots have been pulled off of that list. They're not being offered for sale by the county. And the next group of lots that the county is looking on auctioning off and putting online. So these lots have been pulled off. Okay. Until we can figure all of this out. But it has been a moving number. There was 3 lots, then there was 47, then there's 50, so through the design and the engineering process and working back and forth with your staff and our engineering staff and what have you, this has been a little bit of a lengthy process also. But once again, government and private sector months ago. But fortunately, that's a system that I have to navigate, and I will always try to do the best I can for that. But anything else? Very good. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
Yep.
Yes.
Bill North, Vice President. I just wanted to switch subjects for just a little bit. I have a lot of emails concerning homeless people. And people living in the woods around Shoemaker or something like that. And I just wondered, because Supreme Court now is going to clean up California, which is nice. So I just wonder, we had the county commissioner here now, if he has an update on the seriousness of the situation, or it's being cleaned up, because apparently we had a pretty good forest fire for people living in the woods. So I'm just concerned about that. If you could elaborate, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Bill. Yeah, homelessness has been a big issue in the county. Certainly in certain areas of the county, downtown Sebring has a pretty severe problem with homelessness. Governor DeSantis recently passed some legislation about providing areas for homelessness and what have you. And I know Nick worked on that some. We're still getting that information on what counties are required to do that. Is it the municipality's responsibility when they're within their municipality? Is it the county's responsibility? Another element of this that I've just been updated on is that those that are required to create these homeless camps or type of shelters, that they're only in place for like a year, then they're moved to someplace else, then moved to someplace else or what have you. So it's a very complicated process. Another thing that's happening with homelessness in our county, and I'm sure all counties in Florida, is that when we get a complaint of somebody that's homeless, that's taken up residence in a vacant lot or in the woods somewhere, okay, they're actually on private property. And the only way we can remove them from private property is with authorization from the landowner. So what homeless people are doing now, those that are, I guess, intelligent enough or have found a way to work the system, they're actually looking on the property appraiser's website and looking at lots that are owned either out of country or out of state, and they're taking up camp there. And we cannot legally remove those people from those properties because it's not public, it's private property, without authorization of the landowner. So if it's somebody that lives out of country, trying to get in touch with them, it can create a real challenge. Very, very frustrating. And I can tell you the county, we have so many programs available for homeless people to help them. You have to understand homelessness is also a mental issue. The biggest part is a mental issue with homelessness. There are simply people that do not want to have homes. They want to live like this. We have programs to provide them with clothing, with bicycles to get back and forth to work, or transportation that we can help them out with. Okay, job training, a mirage of things that we can help people get back on their feet. And there's a certain segment of our population, not only here in the county, but in this country, that has no desire to do any of that. So they become an issue that that the public has to deal with on somewhat of a regular basis. And it's a problem. It's becoming more and more of a problem. Those that want help, there's help out there. There's programs to help them. But you're going to have a certain group of them that, so yes, Mr. Norcross, the challenges certainly are very complicated, but I did not know this until a year or so ago, that if they take up residence on a piece of private property, the only way we can legally remove them from that property is with consent from the landowner. So we will continue to work on it. We're always open for suggestions on solutions or what have you, but a lot of them you're dealing with people that just have no interest whatsoever, and that's how they're going to live. We push them out of one area. I've been working on a lot of Fairmont Mobile Estates over by Walmart behind the Truist Bank back there. That neighborhood is starting to be a real problem. Them older mobile homes in there, they're going in there, taking up residence in some of those places and what have you. And it's been, actually have a meeting on the 12th of August to meet in that neighborhood with those folks there and our sheriff and try to figure out some solutions in there. But unfortunately, it all takes time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. Get back to the page.
You're at action agenda, item A, discussion of possible motion to approve the 2025 draft budget assessment increase.
I'm on 8, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Discussion and possible motion for approval of the draft budget with the assessment increase of 5% for the 2025 district fee schedule. And that would be on this H.
Yep, so
Okay.
you're in tab H. Procedurally, we're going to be asking that we have a one-pager, what we call the summary page, which gives some history, counts for what we're doing this year as well as the next 2 years. And it also has our revenue and expenditures, so that's our summary page for across all the district accounts. We have the approved assessment increase from back in June, that we've had time now to get citizen feedback. We'll get citizen feedback today. And then we've updated the draft district fee schedule for 2025. So those three products, we're needing the final draft approval so we can put together the packets, the books, and then your vote in August will be locking down the 2025 budget. That's procedurally what we need to do.
Okay.
So repeat, we're voting on,
You're voting on this one pager that's in H,
okay,
which is this. That's the revenue compilation and expenditures by department across all our district entities to include our reserves. So that's basically the district budget.
okay.
You're voting on the, if there's any more changes to the district 5% increase of assessment, which I don't think there is.
Okay.
And then the final thing is the fee schedule that we talked about last month. We've adjusted mainly in the golf area. And again, it's just for situation awareness for y'all. If there's any issues there,
What page is
we're
that?
locking that in. The fee schedule is also in there. This is all under H, tab H. So those are the three products that we're needing the final.
What's the third page? I can't.
You have the 2 pages. You have the fee schedule right after the discussion about golf membership fee increase.
Oh, that's good.
Yes, sir.
You mean how much we're charging the membership, that one?
Does this draft, I'm sorry,
I'm trying to figure out what page he's talking about.
just keep going
Yeah, it's in H, sir.
behind that. Keep going, Eric, keep going.
Keep going.
There you go.
Huh?
You're at that now. Those are the assessments.
Yep.
That's golf rates. No?
No, well, that's golf rate, but first up, does this draft budget have this 5% increase?
No, sir.
For golf?
What you're seeing on the screen and in your packets, the only increases we updated was in the assessments. That's the very top number under general fund. No other increases throughout that product.
Then why does there have a 5% increase in here on the proposed membership rates for fiscal year 24, 25 on golf?
What's the sheet we're voting on?
On H.
This one.
On golf revenue? Oh, no, that's just all informational for the discussion on increasing the rates.
So what is, I still can't find the third sheet. What's the third sheet look like?
The fee schedule, which is all this stuff.
All that stuff?
The fee schedule for all the district fees. So all the products, when you're mentioning golf membership increase,
Keep going. There you go.
all your discussion, that's all just informational purposes here to give you the more data on the fee schedule for our golf members. There is no transfer of that number into any of our products in our budget.
This is just discussion.
Yeah, just discussion. That's all this part is. We've already discussed the 5% assessments.
Right.
That's in the number there. We haven't changed anything with golf member fees.
I don't know where this falls under. I have a question on golf fees, 24, 25. On the driving range, why are we increasing family members and single upgrade members? I don't understand why we're not increasing the public. Why are we increasing the members? Other than that's what they want to do. Do you see where I am?
I see where you're at. You're looking at the 299 number?
Page 6.
Yeah, 299.25.
Yeah, page 6.
Why are we increasing those two? I don't understand that. We're not increasing,
We took away all the costs for residents, and I think that's a change there. That 1050, it really should stay at $10.
I mean,
Residents don't.
residents and public are not going up at all. So
No.
I don't see why these are going up. And the same thing with the non-card owners. Why we're doing an increase there? I don't understand that.
Mike, anything specifically why we up that other than by just 5%? Talking on page 6 of our fee schedule.
Yeah, I got it here. So the driving range, just for clarification, that the increase in the unlimited family upgrade, that is for unlimited range balls.
I don't care what it's for. I know what it's for. I can read that. It says unlimited
Right.
family upgrade. Why are we increasing it? I don't understand we're not increasing it. We decided theoretically, we decided before not to increase the rates. That's an increase in rates.
That is correct, but also note, so that was just in that one category for unlimited range balls. They can hit as many range balls as they want for the year.
Well, if you're going to increase unlimited range balls, you should increase all the cost of range balls, including the public ones. I mean, you can't, you're singling out members.
I understand that, but for all the, there's only a handful of members that actually do that.
I don't care.
So all the other members would be paying the same rates as everybody else. So no increase there would be the same. You're gonna impact the members either way with the increases.
Why are we showing the rate increases when we said we weren't going to do it?
Did we vote on that? Did we vote on not increasing?
No.
We
We
didn't.
did not.
We didn't.
No.
All right.
We talked back in May, June about upgrading and then.
I thought it was a consensus that we weren't going to,
Yeah.
but that's, okay.
No, we didn't vote on it. We just voted on the assessment.
Before we get into that, can I get an answer on this? Why are we raising this? Other than we're raising it?
I mean, I guess ultimately that's up for you guys
I mean,
to decide.
what has happened here? Did the cost of the golf balls go up? In which case, if they have, then we should increase everything pertaining to the range. I mean, I don't understand why you would just single out the memberships on unlimited and not touch the rest.
As part of the discussion that I've had with Boz when we went through this worksheet, that's the proposal that was made. Ultimately, if the board feels they don't want to change that, then.
Well, I would like to see it go back to where it was. I mean, it's $15. I don't know why we're messing around with stuff like this.
For driving range costs.
The unlimited range.
I mean, there's operational increases across everything with power, with golf carts, with
I think what he's trying to say, if we're going to do the memberships, then we
do with everything.
everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Or
that's.
don't do
and
any
that's
of it. Like,
totally-
we kind of said we weren't going to touch it.
Okay.
Do one or the other.
And it's the same thing with the card owners.
Yeah, at the bottom there. I got you on
mean,
that. We could keep 2024 numbers.
That would be my recommendation. Keep it wherever they are.
It's just,
I don't know how anybody else feels.
I feel we should raise them.
Huh?
We raise the assessments. Why are we not raising this?
Then you have to raise everything.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do. You can't single out the membership
No,
and raise
no.
them and not raise the
On
public.
that, I agree with you.
And what
What do you-
basis do we have
Yeah.
for just increasing the golfers again? With the year that we had last year, which was a total disaster, and these people ended up having, and a lot of them went to other courses because these courses were so bad.
The driving range was not affected.
I'm okay.
I'm talking separate, driving range and golf. Golf's another discussion.
Okay.
There were issues there to discuss. Driving range, nothing was affected. We're raising the rates on the assessments, let's raise the rates here
And do it across the board for everybody.
and do it across the board.
When you say across the board, what are you saying, for everything?
No, for the driving range.
Okay.
all the driving
We're
range.
just talking driving range.
Yes.
But give me a reason why. Other than we want to raise it.
Well, no,
I-
yeah.
No, I want to know why. What is costing us to raise, to
Okay, let's ask
consider
the question.
raising the prices?
Have the cost of range balls gone up?
Well, absolutely.
Okay, has the cost of labor gone up?
Yes.
I just don't think that we can keep not raising stuff
Yeah.
when the cost of living is accelerating at such a rapid pace. We're going to be behind the 8 ball again.
Wow, it would help to raise the cost of outside play, what we charge them, which is a whole nother sheet that is ridiculous that's in here. The next page. is unacceptable. Page 7, you're giving a license, I understand what you tried to do, and I applaud the effort. To set a minimum that they can do on their own without going to the district. That's a great idea, and I applaud that. However, the minimums that have been set are a joke, in my opinion only. I can't accept, I just can't accept that that you can let them have the ability in December to charge $31 for 18 holes. Or, I'm sorry, off-street rates in December, $35. I mean, why are we putting all this money into the damn golf course and not charging enough for people to play on it?
Two different, we go back to this discussion on driving range, the cost
Yeah.
there. So we have, I hate using the term, there's inflation increases. That's across the board. For us, there's operational increases. What we need to better understand in our environment here for our employees is that the majority of my golf/restaurant are in the less than $15 an hour pay category. They are part-timers, they are minimum wage, below minimum wage. And based on the state mandates, every year we're having to throw a bucket of money towards that to meet the state requirement in next year. And that's the slow uptake. It's not based on merit, it's not based on performance, it's based on a state law that we got to get there. And that's throwing a lot more money, more so affecting golf than the district. I have 7 people in my district that are below minimum wage. I have 45 people in my golf community that are below minimum wage. So those increases happen. Those increases are totally oblivious to y'all, oblivious to my residents. But that's a payroll increase that ticks up every year for us. And it's going to get worse as we get closer to the state law. So that's a big chunk of this. That's where you're seeing a large thing in payroll increases. Set aside the whole thing about we're trying to keep up with inflation and at least break even. So if we use that logic, we're having to take some things up. All right, if you want to stay static, we can stay static. It's going to catch up to us.
No, you're missing the whole point. I don't mind, and I don't think Craig minds, taking things up. But what happened this year, I have to be careful how I word this. What happened this year was not acceptable, and the membership did not accept it. And we're losing members over this. And it's just not the right year to raise prices. Next year, if you come back and you say we got to raise them and the cost maintains itself, I don't think anybody would object to it. But after what happened this year to the members, to the golf courses, to the membership, I don't think it's right to raise anything on them. Next year, another subject.
With that $15 increase, what kind of revenue did that increase? How much did you gain on that?
I haven't calculated that number.
The total across all the golf increases, this 5% is in the $70,000 total a year.
I mean, but so in reality, that $15 we're talking on the driving range
just
is minimal.
Is probably in the
It's an
10,000
argument
range.
worth nothing.
Its budget does, yes, sir.
But $15 is nothing. It uses your same logic on the assessment. Another $40 a year on assessment a month ago was nothing. $15 is nothing. And the driving range was not affected.
No, I'm saying the $15 that he's increasing there is generating minimal revenue.
I agree with that. It's also costing an individual.
5% assessment was absolutely essential to do what we need to do in this district.
We can disagree on that, but I will say $15 more for a driving range, it's $1.25 a month, does not affect the driving range user. And the golf driving range was not affected by this course.
True.
That's not true. It's the members of the members. The members sign up for the driving range in their membership.
Which was not affected. I'm just giving my opinion. I'm allowed that.
Yes, you are.
I have a question.
Go.
The 5%, where did that come from? The cost of living went up 3%. Why are we jumping up to 5%? The state of Florida is giving 3% raises on everything. We're at 5%.
Yeah, honestly, we stayed comparable to what we did across the district. I'd just be honest with you.
Okay.
We kept it at the 5. Yeah.
The other question I had was the waived initiation fee, $3,000. It was last year, this year.
It's way before my time. You probably got to ask one of these 3 members.
Golf courses haven't charged initiation fees for the last 15 years.
So then why don't we take that out? Why do we have it in there?
even on there?
Yeah.
We can eliminate
If
it.
we're not going to charge, we shouldn't have it on there.
Okay. Get rid of it.
Please.
It's honestly, from our perspective, it's all in a vein to try to at least break even and stay up to date with the numbers. Otherwise, we're just going to be in a hole. We're going to keep digging this hole.
I tell you, it's 1 year, and if really you want to charge somebody the 15,000, charge Troon, for God's sakes. They're the ones that caused the damn thing. They are. Penalize the members for something that Troon did is not correct. I don't care what anybody says.
No. To your point on the fee schedule for the other things, and this was based on consistent discussions that this board has had for many, many, many months, and the concern that we're underselling our course, we're lowballing it, those type of discussions. When we did our analysis, and I sat down with the team over there, when we did our analysis, it made more sense, because then it's holding someone accountable, that these rate brackets, I'll call them, establish a just generic number for the year that's the low and the high. And they, asking still permission, they do not have the right that, the golf pro that day can wake up and say, I'm going to charge $24. No. There's still a process of approval that will come up through the ranks, through the GM to me. But I wanted to give them the ability, using their professionalism, they're the guys running it, to have a bracket that it can never go below this, which we have in the past. We have gone way below some of the rates we published in past years, for whatever reason. I'm not going to point a finger. But decisions were made to say, hey, no one's playing, let's get someone out there, let's charge $15. Well, I don't agree with that. We need to have a minimum. We also need to have a maximum. And if for some reason, because of the greens, because of how we're spending money on our courses, that in the dead of the season, I'm able to charge a premium rate, then so be it. That's what we should be doing for the benefit of our course. But if I have a bracketed number that in April, I should only charge $22, because that's what we published, that's a hard thing to go back to a citizen coming in the door when I could have charged $35, because our course is overloaded and it's a premium course. That's what we should charge. That's where the bracketing idea comes from. It still gives power to the team to manage it, but it also gives you all the competence, the ability to understand we will never dip below a certain rate. And if we don't dip below that certain rate, we will definitely generate the revenue needed to run the course, where we did not have that flexibility.
I'm all for, I'm for the range, but the low numbers are just.
You're concerned on the low number. Well, the low number, we had to take the off-season rate that was comparable to our surroundings. That's where that low number came from.
I mean, out November, December, $35? I mean, come on. We just put another $500,000 into the golf course. We put $2 million in for irrigation a couple of years ago. Do we have a golf course or not? I mean, it's just way too low. You're giving them the authority to not charge the proper amount. I mean, they'll come in, $37? Sure, not a problem. I mean, you may trust them. I don't trust them. I don't. Do you think they'll ever charge the high number?
Then that's an employment issue that I have to deal with my subordinate. And I would hope you trust me that if we go down that path, that guy won't be sitting in that damn seat any much longer.
I'm just saying, you have a lot more faith in them than I do. You want to try it this way? I think the numbers are too low.
It's a discussion. If you guys think that we are lowballing the left end, the left bracket, I'm fine. We can uptick it, but we may have what I don't want to continue to happen is that we have to bring these type of very operational, day-to-day decisions to you guys to say, we're not making money. You paid me to be the manager. I paid him to be the manager, but I need you guys' permission to up it a couple dollars. That's, you guys have better things to do than deal with that nonsense.
Let me ask a question. Based on what I see here, for example, in October 18 holes, resident member guests, what are they going to tell people? I mean, if somebody comes in, how much does it cost to play? What are they going to say? I mean, what are they going to say?
Well, it's based on our utilization. If we're maxed out for that day and that week, we're already booked up, then they're going to pay the premium rate to squeeze them in. But if we have nobody signed up to play, then they probably got to go to the low end.
So in other words, it's going to be based on availability of slots.
So, sure, yes, sir. Well, it has to be.
That's not how it works.
Well,
that's not how a golf course
Why wouldn't that be how it
operates.
works?
Of course it is. Okay. I think during December and January and February especially that you always get the high end.
Yeah.
And November and April are kind of shoulder months.
And we just,
I don't believe that this course is seeing a January or February of outside play over $37, $38. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think to the point, you know, USGA Greens, one of the few in the area, we're going to be premium golf course. You don't let them on for $35.
Oh, no.
I'm with you.
So why do we have that low then?
Well, may I make a suggestion? Can we do it month by month?
We could. We could make
Instead
it.
of giving them the option of that.
Well, that's what we had the previous.
Well, that's what that's what they're showing, you know, is
Yeah.
this is the minimum, the maximum for each of those particular months through the season.
Yeah.
And it's just, I mean, but
So what we're saying is that we would like,
off-street, they can go down to $35 during peak season to let them play.
I wouldn't do that. During peak season, it would be 45.
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't go.
Yes.
I would debate even 45.
Well,
I mean, Country Club of Sebring, which is, yes, they're improving. They're charging $50 on weekends back when they first opened up again out there. And people were going out there. And I mean, it isn't even close to being a premium course at that time. Now, maybe they've made some significant improvements, but I mean, we're talking about a course that isn't anywhere around, and yet we're going to let them go on for $35. Potentially.
Potentially, you're exactly right. Yes, yeah. If no one's showing up to our course that day and we need to go to the low end of the spectrum, then at least we have the power to do that. But if your own example is explaining that if we're maxed out and we have full utilization and everyone's there, then no one's going to get on the course for $70, less than $70 at that time frame.
If you've got full utilization, you're not going to sell anymore anyway.
Is the comfort level that you rather go back to the matrix we've had based on these month periods and just have a more static number? Is that the comfort level?
It's the minimum number that I'm worried about.
It seems awfully low.
The minimum for the duration of 12 months? Because that's
Yeah,
the way we're doing
I
it.
think all the minimums are
Yeah.
low, in my
Okay,
opinion.
so the minimum is the concern.
Yeah, we'll never get the high because they'll never try and charge it. You can say anything you want, they ain't gonna do it. I'm telling you.
So just raise the minimum.
Right.
That's what I would like to see, the minimum rates. That was my whole point. And
Okay.
if you want to stagger it because of the seasonality, that's fine too.
So a minimum uptick across the board.
Correct.
The high end is fine, you're accepting of that. You would rather see the minimums come up a few dollars, and that suffices.
I do have one other question pertaining to how they're going to handle this.
Mhm.
I'd like to know how they're going to handle the member groups. Where do they fit into this equation? Or do they?
So through the conversation, when Boz and I sat down to revamp this in that situation, we did talk about that. So I would assume that we would have to be very consistent with that number and be at the regular proposed rate that we did the first time. But if I need to sit down with Boz and say, hey, look, our T sheet's real full, you know, I would have that discussion with him if that number needs to go up, and then we would have to notify probably those residents that play in those member groups ahead of time. Because obviously, I believe your concern is, I'm a resident and I play in your group every week, and this week it's 49, next week it's 47, the
It's all
following
the
week it's
outside
53.
groups that you guys give special rates to.
I
is what I'm
assume
concerned.
I assume it's this league rates up here at the top, 28 to 45.
Can I put in a little bit about dynamic pricing?
Oh, is that what that is, league rates? Yeah.
If we put a dynamic pricing in, when we set up leagues and groups, they're booked first, right, on the T sheet? So they're booked at a targeted rate. There's an algorithm in the system that we can run and take it out of the staff's hands that would say if we don't have bookings, should suggest we drop to this. We can check that and drop it to that amount. We can manipulate it up higher. Same thing goes the other way. If we're getting high utilization, the prices keep climbing, we can put a max on it, or we can say no, right? So it's a question of what we build, I'll call it rate schedules in. So if our target rate is $50 and we say our top rate is 60, if we're going to go to the top rate once we get to 90% 3 days out, and then it continues to adjust. It's very computer, it's based off T-sheet data. I mean, it can take all the decision-making out of the staff, so there won't be a concern of the staff not getting there, right? And the same goes with groups, because they're booked first, they're at that rate. And if you're calling in, it's just you go to the T-sheet, just like you would at a hotel, and it's at this rate right at this time. It's something we've been doing 10 plus years. It runs very efficiently. It does take some staff training, and the rates do not fluctuate that much. I mean, obviously, if there's major weekends, race weekends or something like that, we've seen prices go up $25.
I definitely think your hotel rates are way too low. I mean, you're talking the potential of during season of only $32 you're going to grant to hotel rate people. I think that's all pre-planned for all intents and purposes. You know well in advance on those. Those aren't people just checking in and getting a hotel rate. And for them to be getting it if this course becomes what we believe it to be, $55 is a good deal. And that's what you're going to do that's the maximum you're going to charge the hotel people.
I mean, your deal, you guys, when you closed the course, you gave the members an option of going to Esplanade at Azario.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to pay $55 in the summer for that. So they obviously have a pretty good course and they were happy with it. If we have a pretty good course and we're happy with it, we should be able to do the same thing. I mean, what are we afraid of?
No, I absolutely agree with you, and I'm not afraid of anything. If in season, that minimum rate, we're not going to be anywhere close to that unless there's some outlying issue. We're going to be towards the higher rates and the target rates like we normally are. Them hotel rates in January is not going to be anywhere near that minimum number. It's going to be near the maximum number, because we're going to be, our utilization is going to be very, very high.
Let me ask you this. Do you think we can get $40 as an average rate for public play on Deer Run? Is that an unrealistic number?
It is not unrealistic, and I
think it's low.
I would actually say it's quite low, but
so
we also...
Why can't we make the pricing accordingly?
Right. We just got to make sure that those other rates, like the member guest rates and the in the 9-hole rates.
Forget about
and
that.
the
I
twilight
see a line on your report that says
Correct.
public flood.
Correct.
That says $35 and change right now, correct? If I'm not mistaken, I can look it up, but I think it's 35 and change since October. We're putting all this money into these courses. You don't think we can get $40?
And we do.
No,
now.
we don't. The average price that you've reported is $35 and change.
Correct. The blended rate.
Huh?
Which includes off-peak times, after 4 o'clock, 9-hole rates. Those are all a big part of
You
that.
can get more than, you don't think you can get 40?
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when it gets dark at 6, that tea time would go unsold.
I asked you a question.
I understand.
Your average, you don't think you can get you should get $40 or $45 for that, for us? I mean.
I will
Because somebody wants to play golf and only wants to pay $22 doesn't mean you have to say yes.
That is correct.
Well, you guys say yes to anything.
If you want to sell a tea time, you need to have your.
I want to make money on the course and keep the course in good shape. You keep putting all this.
I understand we're getting caught up on the low end of things, and this is a discussion that I had with Boz. Doesn't mean we're going to get there. But what to Mr. Bosser's point that we don't make any money on an unsold tea time. Zero.
No, and you put somebody on for $20 and all they do is rip the course up. So big deal.
Well,
so now your maintenance goes up.
And that's part of that process and discussion.
I don't like this thing.
Could I offer, okay, so obviously there's some concerns on the.
I'm done with the pricing. You all do what you want, and that's fine.
Oh, we want to address
I'll just
concerns.
vote no.
We want to address concerns. So let me go back. Nothing we vote on today on the fee schedule impacts that budget. We've used last year's historical and slight pickups with utilization that changed some numbers, but it's not based on any of these increases. So anything we decide here is not going to negatively impact the budget you're trying to vote for on today, the draft budget. It'll only benefit us and add a few more dollars. All right?
This draft budget that's presented right there includes a 5% increase on assessments. And that's all.
That's all, yes, sir. So it sounds like we owe you, for confidence level, some more explanation on the fee schedule. So we'll bring that to you. It's not crisis for us right now. I hear where some of y'all are going. Lower end, a little bit more restrictions, better explain our processes. I feel there's a be honest with you, an unwarranted concern of the people executing it, because you heard we have some computer models. They have to come tell me weekly to say, this is what we want to, and I have to give them the high sign, and I won't give them the high sign knowing I'm going to have to report to you guys and have to defend it or argue it.
Just as a closing point, if I may.
Yep.
January, these are numbers from him. We had public 18 holes, $34. We had, let's see, we had a $39 group, we had a $40 group, we had a 15 Weber College group, we had a $37 group rate, we had a $75 group, which, a bunch of idiots. We had a $42 group rate, a $45 group rate. I mean, and you want me to trust them?
I got you.
This is the report I got from them.
You're right. No, you're right.
So I think the solution is to establish a minimum.
Yes.
Enforce it.
A good minimum.
Yes.
Yes, and it will be enforced. I'm with you. I will be enforced. And maybe we were a little haphazard in that enforcement, rightfully so, based on what you're saying. So let's bring that back to you guys for the fee schedule.
And I'd like for you to approve any member rates that they're going to give out.
That was part of the plan we wanted to set, is that there's a weekly approval on my behalf.
No, he's going to sign they usually, correct me if I'm wrong, sign contracts with the groups? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, I want him to approve all the contracts.
Well, anything dealing with the money, I'm responsible for the district budget at the end of the day, presenting to you all.
They're going to give members.
I got you, sir. Anything when it comes to the finances has to come through, and I will be the one on the signature line to present it to you guys. So we'll ease your concerns there. Maybe it was done in the past. It will be done moving forward, because I'm the one you're going to hold accountable to the budget.
Okay.
So, yeah. So let's more to discuss on the fee schedule. I guess, and let's set that aside. The one thing that, this was our logic on the member increase rates. This was our logic on it. So there's a sheet in your packet. This is very similar to what we do with assessments, where your money's going. I'm sorry if it's getting cut off at the bottom there. Where your member fees are going. The concern we're starting to see is that our member scales are starting to get a little bit out of whack because we have members that are aging up into categories that they pay less. But they're still there. So we still have the same bucket of people, but they're just paying a lot less. The member utilization rate, where we thought was kind of getting restabilized, where it was a 40%, 60% public, has actually been on the inverse. Our members, which is in the 400 range total, are in closer to the 55 to 60% utilization of our courses. So now you're hamstringing us with the ability to get more public play, because members have the right and the privilege, and we will be supportive of that, to get premium tea times, lock in earlier, and that type of stuff. So it's causing us to have less and less public play. So that's a concern of ours. We're talking about bracketing the fees. That was our previous discussion. And so in that logic, you're seeing the bulk is going towards management, course maintenance, and golf ops when a member pays whatever amount, and it's by percentage. You're seeing also that because of what we want to offer our members, as well as the premium nature of our course, there's some courses that don't have pro shops. There's some courses that don't have a clubhouse that they can hang out in. Well, we offer that. And it's, yes, for some membership, but it's also for the aesthetics and the amenity of the course. The capital projects, the reserves, because if there's ever a crisis on our course, the members have skin in the game because they want premium courses. So that's how we break out that. That all drove to the discussion of, it's only $66,000 more, but it keeps us heads above water when it comes to membership. And we're going to have a harder discussion from staff to y'all. It's the same discussion I'm going to have with you on assessments. We're really going to have to relook the structuring of our member programs to the effect that if I have a member paying, above 50, above 60 member, and it's a family membership, that could be 2 or 3 adults that are playing on that one membership. So they're really only paying a couple $1,000s, if that. Not paying $5,000, $6,000. The husband and wife are splitting it and so on. So there's some dynamics we got to figure out. Does it make sense for us? And no decision today, obviously, but we're going to have a more broader discussion on that. We definitely going to need a more energetic marketing campaign to get our membership growing in the, I'll call it the 30 to 50 range, age range. We have to do that. That's the only way we're going to have a sustainable course, a sustainable member program. And that's going to take us engaging developers, engaging the local community, engaging other golfers to come and join us. So that's tied to why we wanted to raise membership fees. There are some internal membership changes that I want to try to, I definitely see membership is a premium that we're asking a lot of people to put money out. We should be giving them something back. That's an expectation. So the 2 points on the membership changes, a guaranteed 10% food discount across the board. You should automatically get that if you're using your member account. That's a no-brainer. We are working, and we'll discuss later today, some establishment of a member lounge within our clubhouse, where that's what you're paying for. That's your little hangout. That's where you guys can bond and fellowship together, and that's membership. And that gives the impression, the illusion, the true optic of this is someplace I want to join, I want to be part of, and they're rewarding me appropriately. So in all that aspect, we came up with, for us to get towards that success model, we need to do a slight uptick in the membership. And then as we analyze our member program, we'll see how we can either course correct or adjust in the future. That was our logic behind an increase. At the end of the day, you don't give the golf course $66,000 more, are we going to have a failed golf course? Not at all. But it keeps us above water. It pays our lower scale members that are cutting grass, that are in our server community, that are less minimum wage, and it just gets us some breathing room where we can address the inflation. That's the logic behind it, and I just throw that out there for discussions.
I like it.
I'm all for it next year. Hopefully.
Well, if we don't have a successful season this year or this coming 24, 25, we're going to have some serious problems, very serious. But I believe we owe it to the members to allow for no increase for this year and for this next fiscal year. And hopefully the course stays in the shape that what I would expect it to be in, and that we can easily hold our head high and say, hey, you know, we've got a premium courses, we're premium, we know what we're doing, we got it figured out. Yes, you're going to have to increase your fees for 25, 26, but I'm not ready to do it this year.
And the staff this is what you're recommending?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, after
Okay.
discussion across finance department as
Okay.
well as with the golf community. Yeah.
Okay. I personally don't have any problem with it. But that's, as Mr. Brooks says, that's just my personal opinion.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have no problem with it. I just don't see that as a problem.
I have no problem with it. Just using the same logic as we're going to need an emergency fund, if you will, that 66K. We're going to have golf issues. We have them every year. That's a nice down payment on whatever comes up.
Yep.
Same logic we use for the assessments.
Okay.
So all said, that was the data. So you saw the budget, you saw the fee schedule, more to follow on that. We probably need to table that one, bring you some more feedback on that. And you saw and we have the standing 5% increase. So the motion coming out of this session, obviously you need public comment, but the motion would be, I'll defer to Garrett. It's really just gonna be focused on draft budget approval as well as the assessment increase. And then that will be what we bring you next month with a resolution to that effect. If you're good with those numbers when it comes to the budget. That page right there, because none of that is impacted by the fee schedule. Even a member increase, that's not impacted by it. If we impact it, all you're gonna see is your golf revenue is gonna go up by $66,000.
So,
I'm prepared to make a motion, but we got to have public comment.
yeah, we need public
Yep.
comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Public comment?
Good morning, Bill Norcross again. This subject of golf course and the rates and everything is a very important subject because you have outside rates that are fairly low compared to northern rates at $90 and above. So, but you have to understand, you have a seasonal condition here too. In the summertime, you can shoot a cannon down a few fairways and wouldn't hit anybody. So what you have to do is you have to attract with low rates, and the most of all is good conditions. Over the 21 years that I've been here, I tell you, I've seen a lot of changes and disturbances and play, instead of 36 holes, you play 18 holes, and then the rates go up and the members drop out and they go away. And that's what I'm concerned about. And attracting your members back to the golf course, and by increasing membership rates and nickel and dime and any driving range expenses chases people away. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. If you get a bad sandwich, you're not going to ask for another bad sandwich, are you? So I talked with Brian today a little bit about the conditions out there on Turtle. It's excellent. The new contour cutting around the greens, the fringes are fine, the greens are good, but we have to get rid of the perception here that Center Lake is always in repair, never in good shape. But I play with people from other golf courses. And the first thing I ask them, how's your golf course? Well, it's okay. I want this place here to be the best. There's no reason why we can't do it. We got a good management system here. We got the money to do it. And I just hope somehow we get the people back. We understand seasonal rates, and to get people in here just to play it and say, hey, well, we got USDA greens, that's great. But the conditions are better than other golf courses. So I just hope that the members' rates keep down for at least a year until everybody comes back. And then you're going to have a condition where you build something really nice and people are going to come back. What was the old story about you build it? I don't care where it is, but if it's good, they'll be there. So that's what the main objection should be here. Thank you.
Public comment in one summary. This is a very simplistic way to look at our budget. Light here is our simple product that we put together. So we're going to end this year with the $9.8 million. That's our reserves, that's our bank accounts, that's everything. We're going to extract from that immediately the $7.8 million. That's the pure reserves. We unplug that from the numbers, we put it in our lockbox, we wait till the end of the year. And then we roll over roughly around $2 million at the end of the year. That's the money that's left over in all our checkbooks. You see right there the breakdown between our utility, 3.8, our general accounts, 5.3, and our job enterprise, $5.1 million. That all equals, plus the $2 million rollover, about $16 million in revenue that we generate in Sun Lake, $16.3 million. Our operating expenses right now, just to run the place and turn the lights on, is about $13.2 million. That's across all our enterprises. We have $1.6 million next year of a multitude of capital projects, from roads to golf to everything, utility pipelines and that type of stuff. That basically gives us the need for $14.9 million, you follow my logic stream there, that we need next year to fix everything we need to, as well as run the place. We will end next year, worst case scenario, at $1.4 million. We'll end the year with that much money still in our bank accounts. The red is just different from the numbers in your packet. We did a double check with some numbers. That's all it is. It was off by a couple $1,000 here. So that's why it's highlighted. At the end of next year, so September of next year, 2025, we now add back in the $7.8 million we had in our lockbox. So we as a district will roll into start of 2026 budget numbers with about $9.2 million. And then the cycle just continues. We just keep going. That very simplistically shows what we get, what we spend, and how we account for our reserves. One last thing, I know you gotta go. Good one.
I got a good one.
The top right corner are two outliers that we know will happen next year, but I'm not counting them into those numbers, but they're to the positive. We will generate close to $2 million in the wastewater special fee. Now, we're saving that for a purpose, but you need to know that's $2 more million coming into our coffers. We right now have the ongoing flow of grants, settlements, federal, state money that are going to come to us, totally oblivious to that revenue generation of about $1.5 million addition. So when you add that close to $3.5 million of found money, other money, you're just going to add it to any of those line items when it comes to the end of the year, middle of the year. And we as a district are in a very good financial position where that money will come in, we'll put it into our savings accounts, and we'll continue rolling forward. That is I apologize, that's a very simplistic way to explain our budget, but I think it paints a decent picture. I know it paints a decent picture for the rest of the district. Your question, sir, I know it's a good one.
It is $1,650,000, and I didn't even think about this till just now. $1,650,000 special project. Is that?
That's all our capital.
But the capital on this thing says $1,210,000.
1.2 we are into our reserve throughout the year. That's where the 1.2, the totality of that. We're putting some into reserve, $40,000.
Well, that's the bottom part. So that's coming. That's in addition to.
truly spending.
Okay, I understand it. Thank you.
Give you some time on our budget. Okay.
I have more confidence in your budget than I do in their pricing.
All right.
I'll make, I make a motion that we approve the draft budget as presented with the assessment increase of 5% and the 2025 district fee schedule as it relates to district fees, not golf fees.
That is an appropriate motion.
Thank you.
There are other appropriate motions, obviously, but that works.
Does that cover everything? It says that we're approving what's been presented except for the golf rates. Is
it your intention that they remain at the 23-24 rates? Is that a part of your motion?
That's another discussion. No, that's. Because this budget right now, what was presented does not include the 5% district or golf rate fees. So therefore, why it says the 2025 district fee schedule, and I agree with the district fee schedule as long as it does not include the golf fees schedule. Does it include the driving range increase? Is that in? None of it is in there.
So
not in there?
It wouldn't cover any of the golf fees.
Take all the golf out? Everything else. I'll second that.
I need clarity.
I do too.
Yeah.
What?
So what are we voting on?
The budget that
Just
he.
the district budget.
The budget, well, the golf's included in there. That sheet right there includes, that is the proposed draft budget, which includes 5% assessment increases. And I say, my motion is to approve that as presented, along with the district fee schedule, which is included in there because it includes the 5%. Why don't we just, the proposed budget summary sheet is what we're going to.
That's all we need, yeah.
That's all we're saying. That's what he's trying to say, right?
And the 5% assessment, lock that in.
But that's in here.
It is in there, but we need a separate motion. We need a motion that includes that language. You're just wanting to table the golf portion of the fee schedule.
Correct. Because I thought we were going to come back with different stuff and then we can vote on yay or nay on that portion of it. But what you have presented here today so far, along with the 5% assessment district fee schedule, is my motion. Second.
Doable?
Yeah, the fee schedule does not come into effect until October 1 anyways. Right. So there's still time to do that. So yeah, that's an appropriate motion.
So just to be clear, this is not, we still get to talk about the golf assessments before the final budget goes into place.
Yes. So the fee sheet that you have in front of you as it relates to the golf, my understanding is that the other fees are being voted on right now, but we're just tabling with respect to just the golf fees.
We're approving the 5% increases assessments, which created the district fee schedule.
5% increase in the golf. That's what we're not approving.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah. But we're not saying no yet either, right?
No, because it's not the final draft. It's not the final budget.
It doesn't go into effect until October 1 anyways. So there's still time to approve it.
What?
As it relates to the golf fees, we need the draft budget approved and we need the assessments approved today.
Yep.
Because otherwise we'd have to schedule a special meeting to have the draft budget and assessments approved so we can meet our deadlines to approve our final budget.
It seems to me like we're not approving our final budget if the golf isn't in it.
We're approving the draft budget that was proposed.
None of the golf numbers from the fee schedule, pages 5, 6, and 7, are incorporated into that product. That's why you have a lot of those supporting documents to better explain increase of 5% driving range fees. None of those numbers are incorporated in that. So once we discuss it again at August's meeting for just the golf fee schedule, it's only going to show that number to the positive in certain categories. That's all it's going to show. It's not going to be a bad budget. Yep. We got a motion and a second.
I thought we had a second, yeah.
Yep, you had a second.
Again? I'll second again.
If there's no more discussion, then we have a motion in the second.
Is there discussion?
I'm good.
Call the vote.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
Supervisor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Supervisor Norton,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
President Phillips.
No.
And just for the board's benefit in the future, I heard some tension between the approval, and this is separate from what you all just voted on. I just want, just for your benefit in the future, when you approve things like fee schedules, right? When you set a range in particular, that's an appropriate range. You all can come back at a different meeting and you can set policy to create rules that would govern staff and how they implement that range, right? So you may have a range that's larger than what your policy approves later on. So you guys have tools to do what particularly you brought up as your issue with staff implementing the fee schedule. You guys have tools in your tool belt that you can use later on to fine tune and really target what your goals are. So I want you guys to remember that. And if you have any questions ever on how you guys can, better implement what you want to implement at an operational level, just reach out to me and I'm happy to lay out your options for you so you guys can have that. Just wanted to mention that briefly.
I will say one other thing on the rates, if I may. We all have to be very careful because a lot of our income, revenue income on memberships comes from the Canadian people. And they are only allowed to be here 6 months. And there is a 5-month rate that is available to them if they so choose to take advantage of it. If we have to be very careful when we consider full family memberships and full single memberships that we don't jeopardize ourselves and have all these Canadians moving down to a 5-month if it is still available. That's lost income.
Sure, that's a good point.
They'll take a month and they'll go play at different courses, or maybe they'll just play a couple times at our course, but they're paying for a 5-month rate versus a year rate. So we have to be careful when we consider raising rates all the time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Basically, we have a lot of snowbirds, Canadians and others. I mean, there's several people all across the United States that come down here only for 5-6 months.
But the Canadians are restricted. They can't stay longer than 6 months.
True. That's true. That's true.
I understand. Okay, we're on agenda item I.
Aye.
This, I hate to belabor money discussion, but this is our quarterly. So you approved in the consent agenda our 9 months into the year expenditure. This is just a summary of that from my desk after looking at all the departments and talking with finance and figuring out, again, very good situation across the district. Our third quarter revenue total to date is what you see up there, as well as our expenses. So we're about 1.8 million in the positive right now when it comes to what we've expended and acquired or revenue generated. Our payroll is a little bit on the high end. We should be at 75% 9 months into the year, a little bit on the high end, but we've had some staff changes, some increase in some departments based on the need for those type people. So that's where you see a slight uptick. Our operational accounts, that's the ones we write checks from, hovers in at 7.7 million, but now we're doing some adjustments, moving that money into our reserves to get interest. So that's a moving target, just so you're aware. At the end of the day, I broke it down by the four entities that we manage and how they generate revenue as well as expenditures. So our general operations is the district in general and so on, 2.3 million in the positive of what we generated and what we spent. So that's a good situation. I'll keep beating that drum. Our golf and our restaurant are intertwined. They're totally dependent on each other. So while I wanted to show you separately where there's a revenue difference in revenue of expenditures, obviously you see a positive in golf, a little bit on the low side in the restaurant. As a totality of our enterprise for the clubhouse, we are still 9 months into the year, we're still $500,000 on the profit side when it comes to our golf enterprise. So, and that's with 3 months left. That's 3 months more of revenue. Yeah, again, that's 3 months more of expenditures too. So that's a picture that we definitely need to paint. And then our utility, a lot of money made, a lot of money spent. Got to remember that about $1 million of that money spent was on those emergency repairs. And it came out of the utility operating fund to fix those issues. So we didn't have to dip too much into reserves for that. And we still had a $260,000 positive. At the end of the day, we've collected about 97% of all the budgeted revenue, and we still have 3 months left. Now, we're not going to get a lot more assessment money in, obviously, unless we're collecting past due assessments. But we still have fees that are getting generated, and then obviously golf revenue that'll be generated. So we foresee our revenue expenditure is going to be higher than the 100% that we budgeted last year. So that's a good thing. We've executed a high end of our budget, but a lot of that was the emergency expenditures. And the great news story is that based on just moving money, we've increased our reserves close to over 45%. So it's now actually making us money. To drill down just a little bit more into golf and restaurant, we talked these numbers, so I don't need to belabor them. The biggest points on the bottom end there, going to continue working with the team over there is payroll, how we address it, how we address the state mandate, how we're trying to see if we do have what I'll call is the fat in the system. Do we have too many servers, too many golf cart guys or gals? We're drilling down to that. Food sale costs, we're going to monitor that. But I think we're really seeing the impact of shutting down a course for 4 or 5 months and how that directly ties into lost revenue in our restaurant, in our clubhouse, as well as our golf revenue. And even in that scenario, we are maxing out utilization of Turtle and how we can generate revenue there. So hopefully we'll have just this last month of it. We'll be back on board. So we should see 1 month of good revenue at the end of this year that will have a good gauge of how we foresee the upgrade in the greens will generate some revenue for us moving forward.
So we're estimating that we're going to lose $350,000 because of the golf course?
Well, that's since we closed it. So it's for the totality of that 4+ month window. That's not another 350.
Sure. It's a shame we haven't planned them up $350,000 to make up for it. You think I'm kidding?
All right.
I'm serious.
And it also just brings out, when it's food sales lost to the course closure, it just further shows that we're getting nothing except for golf members in that restaurant. And it just, I just cannot understand how we can think that we're running a restaurant with doing that type of thing. I went to a dive bar, basically, for all intents and purposes, on Saturday. I got there at 11 o'clock in the morning. By the time I left at noon, it was packed. And I come by here at 12:15, and the parking lot is empty on a Saturday. Pathetic. Pathetic.
Yes, sir. Noted. And we're going to have a discussion later at the end of this meeting. All right, third quarter.
One other quick question.
Yep.
Florida Avenue keeps coming up. Do we have?
We're basically done that now.
We're good on Florida Avenue.
So that was a capital project. We budgeted $300 for it. We only cost us $100 for it. The water's been tested. So Florida Avenue, other than put some sod down, is done.
Okay.
Yeah. So
all right.
Mission complete on that one. Our reserves, you see right now we're healthy in the reserves. We've had just 9 months of interest, close to $300,000. That'll continue having that much money in there. So that's a great thing. That's a lot of this free money from our banks that helps the coffers out. And just this year, based on moving money, we didn't find any money moving it. We threw about $4 million more into our reserves. So there's my summary of comments. Going to continue to look at payrolls, cost of goods. We've done a good job across the district, recouping some FEMA money, recouping some past due assessments, and so on. We did have about $1 million of unexpected expenditures with Sun Lake Boulevard and so on, but we've accommodated for that. And across the majority of our accounts, we are under executing the budget. As a totality, we should be at 75% budget execution. We're hovering more 89%, but that's just because of these large increases in a $500,000 golf program or greens renovation, $1 million on Sun Lake Boulevard. I mean, that impacts budgets, obviously. But when you look at the line items by, if you look in your treasurer's report, just pick a few of our departments, they're well under executing their budgets. And that's based on department heads that are looking at the bottom line, making sure we only buy what we need and so on and so forth. And we'll continue to monitor that. That's the summary of the third quarter budget. Basically, we'll have a summary of the end of year, but that'll be tied into a budget amendment in the November timeframe that I'll bring to you saying we ended the year with X amount of dollars. We need to move it here, and we'll bring that back to you. Any questions? Anything on public on this? You want to throw us out to the public or?
Any public comment? Okay.
Okay. And then we're going to item J, which I'll let our attorney chat about.
Thanks, Boz. I'd asked Boz to make this a discussion item on the action agenda so that I could give you an update on what's happened since our last meeting, and so you guys could provide me direction on where you'd like to see this go next. So the update is on July 1st, right after our last meeting, I received a response from the property appraiser's office, not from their attorney, but from an employee with their office, Ed Sager, who I guess is their chief deputy appraiser, denying the relief that we had requested. I anticipated that they would deny the relief we asked for, and their response is, again, consistent with what I expected, that they realize that they are incorrect on the law and that they have been incorrectly applying the law to our vacant lots for many, many years. And they got caught. And to admit it would be to bring liability onto their office and to the county. Yeah. And if you read through the letter, you'll see that they didn't address any of the facts raised in my office's letter. So that's the letter. Since they sent the letter, I spent about 10 or so days trying to more or less poke holes. I've asked them to send me the form that apparently the district is required to fill out to request an exemption for our lots to be tax exempt. To give you a little background, the form doesn't exist. And the reason why it doesn't exist is because Florida law requires that all forms used by Florida property appraisers, exemption forms, right? Homestead exemption, military spouse exemption, all those sorts of exemptions that you apply for, there's a form for it. And the form comes from the Florida Department of Revenue. There's a consistent form used across all 67 counties in the state of Florida. It's not like each county gets to make up their own forms. There's no form through the Florida Department of Revenue, and there's no form publicly available through any of the 67 property appraiser sites that we checked for municipalities or special districts to request ad valorem tax exemptions. And again, the reason why is because it does not exist. Before I sent the letter back in May, I called the general counsel for the Florida Department of Revenue, and I talked to an attorney in his office, and he confirmed that reality. Nevertheless, after I received the letter from the Highlands County property appraiser, I was asked to fill out a form not designed for special districts, and that apparently they had reached out to the Florida Department of Revenue and got this confirmed. I do not believe we need to fill out, we don't need to apply for an exemption, right? It's, as our letter details very clearly, the law presumes that our lots are being held for a private use on tax day unless the property appraiser has evidence to the contrary. We had requested that evidence. I requested it in my private meeting I had with the property appraiser on August 1st. Again, I requested in the letter that they provide me with that information, and they didn't. They merely said, oh, Sun and Lake is the grantor, the grantee in land transactions, therefore, continuing on this year, therefore, the same situation that existed back in 2005 when there was litigation between the district and the property appraiser still exists. That argument is not going to hold up in court for that. They had also asked that you all, as a board, take some sort of official action, presumably by resolution, to declare affirmatively that certain lots in the district are being held for a public use, some future public use, rather than for a private use, essentially locking them up from staff being able to buy and sell land. Again, that is inappropriate, and it's contrary to very clear Florida law on this subject. Nevertheless, I have chatted with Boz about what our next step should be. I've spoken with other attorneys in my office who have faced similar issues previously, and I have a recommended plan of action I'd like to discuss with you all here, and that is why I wanted this to be an action item, so you all can give me consensus on whether this plan is what you all want to do, and if not, I'm happy to chat with you through other steps we could take. I just want to make sure that what I do next is what you all want. I think at this point, every single year the district's been, our lots have been taxed for, as you guys know, for many years. It was the policy of previous folks in staff positions, prior general managers and such, who did not pay the taxes on our lots. Okay. What happens, as our county commissioner laid out earlier, when you don't pay your taxes, right, county tax bill, a tax certificate's issued and someone can come and buy the tax certificate, right? And after 3 years, they can ask for a tax deed sale to recoup their money. That's how tax deeds work. Because the district was being levied these taxes, it was the policy of staff at that time to not pay the taxes. There were tax certificates issued on lots owned by Sun and Lake, many of which went to sale. Many of them escheated to the county. There are hundreds, I believe, I haven't confirmed this, but I believe there are hundreds of lots that the county came to own because they were improperly taxing Sun and Lake owned lots. Staff wasn't raising the issue. Staff didn't go to the property appraiser through the correct channels to appeal his determination. And it led to tax certificates being issued. And then when tax certificates aren't paid after 3 years, the holder of a tax certificate can force a sale. And if no one wants to buy the property, it escheats to the county. Okay. There are hundreds of outstanding tax certificates currently on lots owned by us, by the district, where we pay the taxes this year for them, but then we go back and look, and for 2022, 2021, 2020, sometimes back like 5 years, there's outstanding tax certificates. After penalties, interest, we're talking like $500 a lot. So I think the most prudent thing to do right now, even though we are not required by law to do it, we ought to take the most number of lots we can off the table for the property appraiser to assess in 2025. The quickest way to do that would be to pass a resolution designating that the lots owned by the district and all the lots that the district will own in the future within a certain boundary are designated for some future public use. By doing that, we are going to take those lots off the table for the property appraiser for the upcoming tax year. That'll save us a lot of money. I think right now, after it's all said and done, if we were to pay taxes on all the lots we own, plus the lots we're going to come to own through our various public projects we have going on that you all have directed us to acquire land for, it's like $80,000, $100,000 a year. So my recommendation would be to, if there's consensus, to direct my office to prepare a resolution. I'll work with Boz on making sure we have all of our, pretty much the whole district's going to be covered in different areas, right? We're going to take the lots out of play. We can still go to the county and make the county aware of this. I'm also asking for you all to give me a consensus that I reach out to our commissioner and have a meeting with him and the county attorney to discuss this and see what can be done from the county to make this right. Essentially for a settlement that we don't go and sue the county for past lost value of the land that we've, has essentially escheated to the county, and to also relieve lots we currently own of those outstanding certificates. I don't know what the total value is on that, but the quickest way, again, you can always do things through court, but the quickest way, and I believe the way we ought to go about it is to essentially plead with them that this was a wrong on the district. It was never addressed by prior staff. I'll note many of whom who are now work for the county. It's just a simple fact. And if that doesn't work, then we can, court's always there. It's always there. There are risks with litigating. Sometimes you lose. The county's bigger than us, right? Sometimes, in our office, we only represent government. So, it's good to be the government. Courts, like governments, we win a lot. But, going against another government, an independently constitutional elected officer, right, property appraiser, some of our advantages are taken away. And I have no doubt that we succeed on the law and the facts here. But nevertheless, my primary goal is to take the lots out of play for next tax year. I think the quickest way to do that is to play their game. The resolution I plan on drafting, and this is the feedback I got from other folks in my office, is to preserve the argument more or less. That
Preserve the what?
Preserve our argument.
Okay.
That this is we are capitulating to the property appraiser in protest. That we are doing this simply to protect the folks who live here from having their government pay ad valorem taxes it should not have to pay, and protecting our various projects we have going on. We do that. We can still fight about whether we need to do that in the future another day. At least we take the lots out of play for next tax year, and we'll pursue the political route of going to Scott and the county attorney, making them aware of what's happened, see if they're able to leverage something from property appraiser's office and see what they can do to make this right, to move forward. That's where this is at. I'm happy to field any questions, go back and forth with me on this. Obviously, this is all public record now. This is all out in the open. So feel free to comment.
Okay, if we take several hundred lots and do what you just said, does that preclude us from offering something to Horton or other development people? Because you're saying it's only for public use. What does public use mean? Public use is
it's open-ended, right? There's not like a finite list of things that would fit into it, but typically think about, project areas for a wastewater treatment plant. We want to have a turtle preserve in the district.
Right.
Public use. We have parks in the district, and I presume as the district continues to grow, that we'll want to save more land for future park space to make, because we have recreation and park space all across the district, right? Maybe we're holding vacant land for that, right? There are boards many, many years in the future that will make decisions about land we own now. And unless we are actively marketing that land to a private developer to build private home sites, we're holding vacant land essentially to see what we want to do with it in the future, it is presumed to be a public use, that we're going to use it for some public use in the future, right? Park space, conservation, things like that.
But does it preclude us from going to Horton and say, we've got these 100 lots?
No.
400.
Here's the practical effect. When I sit down with Boz and carve out.
Let me put it simple.
Sure.
Can you sell them?
No, but we're not going to carve out the lots that we're going to sell this year in the resolution.
It's not going to be all the lots in Center Lake. It's just going to be some.
Well, okay, for those lots that we have that we can sell, we're paying taxes on those?
If you hold out land in the district and to sell to a private entity, they are taxable under Florida law. The prime example are the lots in Unit 12 that are being held right now for the Hornick option.
Right.
That is the textbook situation where the lots are correctly subject to ad valorem taxes. And the way it's supposed to work is that they're presumed to be for public use, right? That's the starting point. On day one, they're presumed to be public. Until the property appraiser's office sees that you all approved a resolution entering into an option agreement with a developer, and then they go, there's some evidence that they're not being held for public use. They're being held out and marketed to a developer. That is when on January 1st, if that resolution is still in effect, they're taxable under Florida law. Everything else that we're holding on to, it's whatever they are as January 1st as determined by the property appraiser's office.
So all of these lots that you identified, we don't have any intentions of ever selling them?
I don't know if we have intentions of selling them or not, whether this board or future boards want to. But that's not what the law is. Just because you could sell a lot in the future to a developer, it's all about what is the use of that particular parcel on tax assessment day, on January 1st. If it's not being held out and marketed to a developer, the presumption's not lost. It's presumed to be exempt. What the property appraiser's office has done is they have gone back in time to when the district was actively marketing to developers, hey, come in and buy any lot you want. We'll sell you everything we got. We just want people to build homes here so we can assess them at the single family rate rather than the vacant lot rate, right? And even though that's not the policy now, right? We have vacant land in our southwestern portion that we're holding for our wastewater plant.
Yeah.
Those lots were taxed this year. They should not have been.
Oh, okay.
We're holding land to give to the state of Florida for conservation purposes. Right. Those lots were taxed this year. They should not have been.
Those are the ones that you're identifying.
Hundreds of lots. And this goes back since 2000, at least as far back as I could track, was 2008. So, I mean, we're talking close to 15 years. Think of all the lots that, we no longer own. We have lots in our Hornick area, our option area, that for some reason the taxes weren't paid on them that have escheated to the county. And now we got to go get them back.
Once you let's say you did that, can you then go back and change the status of those lots?
It is your prerogative as the governing board for this district. You decide what the use of the lots are. If you want Boz to go out and sell lots in a particular unit to go get bids from developers, that is a situation where the property appraiser could correctly deem that those lots are not being held for a public use anymore.
But can we go back and change what we've already said?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It just formalizes the process.
So in Unit 12, assuming that we don't go forward with what the deal was, those units will be then taxable and we'd have to pay them, or the lots, excuse me. In January 1, if we don't go forward and we cut the deal off, we would be responsible for the taxes January 1. Yes or no?
I think I can answer your question best by giving an example, because if, let's say, in the Unit 12 Hornick deal, hypothetically, let's say tomorrow it's gone for whatever reason. And in our resolution, we designate it for some future public use. We're going to hold on to it because we might want to have our turtle area or tortoise area here. It'll be exempt for next year's taxes because the determination is what is the use of the lot on January 1, 2025. If the agreement is still in existence on January 1, 2025, and the agreement goes poof on January 3rd, we're liable for ad valorem taxes for.
If we don't declare it for public use, then we're liable.
Before January 1st, correct.
So what's our annual output that we're spending right now?
I haven't run the number.
Approximate.
Taxes?
Yeah.
If we paid them all, probably like 80 grand.
Yeah, 80 to 150. It's mostly vacant land, so to us, the county's getting like $100. But it adds up. We have 2,500 parcels that we own.
I hear is this the time to poke the bear?
Well, they're doing something inappropriate and illegal by the state law.
Well, if it's illegal, then why would we be going for it?
Once you cross that line, there is no poking the bear.
As long as it's illegal, then let's go.
I don't want to say the wrong word, but it is.
They're not applying Florida law correctly, and it's clear that they're not. And you know, I misspoke earlier. It was my April 30th meeting with the property appraiser. Right after our meeting that month, I met him in his office. And, you know, his direction to me was, I understand your argument, write a letter to my counsel and we'll assess it. And from there, it seemed like there was going to be some progress made. And, you know, after months and months of delay, not hearing back, I still haven't received a call or email back from his legal counsel to talk about this.
My good question. Nothing from them.
And nothing. And
the letter was from
the appraiser.
And go back and read our office's letter and then read their reply. And I mean, they did not address a single, and I don't want to waste any more time, you know, going back and forth with them. I want to take the lots that we can properly say are being held for a public purpose off the table for 2025. And then in the future, if, you know, they're going to continue to press the issue, you know, we'll approach it then. But at least now, you know, let's take that off the table and try to work with the county to see what they can do to make this right.
Okay.
Because, I mean, there are outstanding tax certificates on lots we own. It's the truth. And, you know, it's only $80 or $90 in ad valorem taxes, but then you have the publication fee for the certificate, you have penalties, you have interest, and then multiply that by 4 or 5 years, and we're talking about $500 per lot. And you know,
we've been getting tax bills and just ignoring them.
Yes. Yes. That was the mindset of the totality of the staff, was not to argue the point of it's an illegal action with the county. It's just don't pay the bill. It'll go to sale. Someone will buy it. Someone will build a house. We'll get our assessments 10 years from now.
Most of it went to the county.
Yes.
Most of the lots went to the county.
Most of the lots went to the county because, as you all know, the district does not use the uniform method of collection. right?
And
You
then they
don't,
turned around and bought them.
So we didn't pay our taxes. The county confiscated the lot,
Ones that were
and
ignored.
then they turn around and sell
what the process is when you don't pay your tax bill, a tax certificate gets issued, right? Because the government gets its money, right? So they issue a tax certificate, speculators come along, they buy the certificate, they pay whatever the face value of the unpaid taxes are, and they're essentially buying an interest rate because they're going to make 15% or whatever on whatever they invest in the certificate. After 3 years, they can call up a sale. If no one buys the lot, which here in Sun and Lake, no one ever did, because we have all these bond assessments that are lingering on all these vacant lots. And the commissioner was exactly right. If no one buys the land at tax deed sale, it escheats. By operation of law, it goes to the county. And it's their land and they can do whatever they want with it. And they're immune from taxation under the Florida Constitution. So they don't have to worry about this issue, right? And then they can sell it for $8 million or whatever they've sold all our land for. So I do think it's the appropriate time to raise this issue with the county. I think the direction I'm looking for is to prepare a resolution consistent with what we've discussed and present that to you at your next board meeting. We'll take the issue off the table and then approach the county, approach our commissioner. And this is a particularly good time to do this, being that, we're several months away from November. This is the appropriate time to.
I think that that's the direction the board wants to go. But I think, my opinion is, I think I will give you the go ahead.
Go ahead.
For me.
Go ahead for me.
I agree.
why not? I still can't believe we didn't pay the taxes.
Well, when they
How stupid are we?
well, no, because then they let them grab them and then they go and buy them so that they can.
My understanding is that prior folks wanted nothing to do with the taxes. They understood that there was a legal argument. They did not want to make the legal argument. They let the property escheat to the county so that the county could sell it to a developer rather than us selling it to a developer or me.
Well, I think the board has given you the direction, and is that?
No, yes, ma'am. We're fully supportive of that, and he'll get all the right documents that we need to do this right, above board.
Have we asked why this Mr. Sager, is that the guy that sent this letter?
It is.
Why his boss or somebody, I mean, he's a nobody. I mean, not offense, he's a good, nice guy, I'm sure. But he's not the proper guy to return.
He might.
I thought we have a good relationship with the county. I'm starting to question whether.
No, I understand the tax assessor's office, appraiser's office is a separate constitutional. They only get their budget from the county. They do not report to the county commissioners.
So it's different.
Okay.
They're their own world, and they can be as obstinate or as helpful as they want to be. They're not beholden to the county commissioners. Now, but the county commissioners can somewhat influence.
They control the budget, to be frank.
Yeah.
To answer your first question, I think why Mr. Sager is the one that sent the letter is he may be the one in charge of exemptions over there at the property appraiser's office. I cannot stress enough that that April, it was not the type of local government to local government meeting that I usually enjoy in my practice.
Okay.
So I sort of saw this coming, but I appreciate your guidance and I will go execute on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Side question on Hornick. Are we on the hook at all as of today for that property? We're paying taxes on those parcels.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I can't contest that with a straight face.
No, I get that. I just didn't.
Yeah. But anyways, I believe we have a Hornick discussion coming up anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we take a break here?
Yes.
All right, 5-minute break. They're having an auction.
Oh,
You don't pay your taxes. It's the beauty of being on the uniform method. Someone comes in and buys the certificate, the government gets its money. And a lot of times, if a certificate is not purchased, the county buys, which is why, and it's funny money, it's all monopoly, it's fake money, which is why we have an opportunity to go to the county before we pay all these county health certificates. We go ahead, help us out here. About where and when we choose to advertise. So it should be February 1st, open for business, and then we close for business, you know. And it's very straight. Yeah, I'm just reading.
You knew that one. That's all part of that packet. Right. You know, so
And I think that's one couple of these, right?
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
I still think you're gonna hang beef in here or something. God, dang.
All right, let's get our seats, please, so we get going.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is item K, the resolution for the wastewater assessment fee discussion. I think it's not on.
Yeah, so we're in number K, kilo of your packet for the resolution discussion here. This is the resolution number 2. So in your packet, I just included, there's a staff letter, there's the language of the resolution that was created from our council, our outside expert council, and the staff here. So that's been inserted in here, and I also included towards the back of your packet. That says what we approved last month, I believe. All this really does is get us to the next level of public notification. I say public notification. Every parcel owner will get a letter in the next week or so that stipulates this language as well as their cost, their fee that's being assessed by parcel. That's part of this resolution. So that's 100% notification of our 12,000 parcel owners. They'll all get letters. That's why we have a gap in time here. And then it also sets the date of 4 September. I know I got some feedback from some of y'all. 4 September, it's going to be at 4:30. What is that? 4:30 in the afternoon? It's going to be an afternoon meeting. 5:30, I saw it. 5:30 in the afternoon. It's because we're asking for outside expert counsel, not only Garrett, but the person, Christopher Rowe, that helped us produce this product, wants to be physically here because he's the expert. If a question comes up on the fee, he can answer that legally for us as a district. We paid him for that. So 4 September is when it'll be open up for public comment. But it's not only public comment, it's actually what I call like the arbitration meeting. So if you have an issue with your assessment, that's the meeting where you bring it to, like we do in November for regular assessments. That's where these folks can just vent about the assessment fee. But also if they personally have an issue with their fee specifically, we're having an arbitration meeting at that meeting where we can either table their assessment, reassess it, reevaluate it, and then come back to you guys.
And that's a Wednesday
That's a Wednesday afternoon, yes, ma'am.
at 5:30.
Yeah, so that's really what this resolution gets out. And at that next meeting on 4 September, we actually can go live with this, that you guys will approve at that meeting, because it's a board meeting. You guys will approve resolution number 3, that it's done. And that means in October's bills, we could even get them in September's bills, it starts getting back on everyone's bills. We start collecting it actively, and we start officially doing what we're supposed to do. So that's all resolution 2 is. There's not a lot of there's just a lot of detailed language because that's based on the state statute. So I'll defer to Garrett if he wants to talk more about it, or if you all want to chat about it.
I understand.
This is just the official, get
It's
it out.
step number 2, yes, sir. Yep.
So I think you answered at the last meeting, but I'm still confused on this. If I buy a home next year.
Yep.
What am I going to start paying? I mean, how much do I owe towards the plant?
Okay, so let's,
Am I going to be responsible for 2,700?
once this goes live this year, in the next 60 days, 90 days, every parcel will have an assessment placed on it of $2,700 in total. What we have built into this program is that we, as a district, will collect $180 a year to satisfy that assessment. Pay it all, or start paying it yearly. Once you miss a year, and that's how the language is written in here, we're able to come against you and charge you for the whole 2,700 because you violated our ability to flex spend this. So to that example, this year, every parcel will owe us $180 this year. By the end of this year, for the next 12-month period, I'll use a 12-month window. Once we go live, in the next 12 months, a year, everyone will owe us $180 at a minimum. They'll have an assessment of $2,700, but they owe the district $180 in the next 12 months.
But if there's a parcel that we own.
If we own, we don't assess ourselves.
Right. But if somebody eventually owns it, what happens?
Well, then from that point on, it's in private ownership, and then that person owes $2,700.
Even if it's 2 years or 3 years down the road?
Well, sure.
Well, that was my
Anytime within the 15-year window.
Every parcel.
Yeah. Yeah.
But when you buy it.
I understand that, but some people who acquire a parcel down the road will still be responsible for 2,700.
Yes.
And therefore will pay longer than everybody else.
There will be those anomalies, or
That's what I'm trying to
they'll be
understand.
given. That'll actually be a discussion I'll have to bring back to the board because it's not written that way. We have a 15-year end date for everyone. So we would have to bring that back as a resolution adjustment. We'll discuss that with Chris Rowe and see how we can deal with those people that are acquiring district parcels over the years. Yeah.
Because that's going to happen, correct?
It will. No, you're right. It will. Yeah.
So, okay, all these 100 lots that the county's going to sell now, they will, as soon as they come on board, they'll be
As soon as
assessed.
they're in private hands, they will get a $2,700 assessment, not when the county owes them.
Right.
Yeah, the only anomaly, I'll call it the county ownership ones, is if it's a county parcel that's utilizing our network like the schools. That's an ongoing discussion we're having to have because they're on our system. And where we usually don't tax another county, this is a special assessment for a wastewater facility.
To his point, when the county sells off all these lots.
Yep.
Whoever buys them then becomes responsible for 2,700.
We will notice them that they have it, they'll see it in their estoppel. There'll be the sale of that parcel to someone, private owner, on the estoppel they get from us will show $2,700 as an assessment against that parcel. So they'll be fully aware from the purchase of that
Is
land.
that going to be payable in full at that time?
We're going to give them the same 15-year, no, it's, unless you guys tell me, close it out, it's the same 15-year opportunity we give everyone. Yeah. That's the way we built this, 15 years.
So you just have to make the adjustment that we're going to go
Yes.
past the initial 15 years.
Yes.
If we want to do that.
We could just stop it at 15 and that person only has X amount of years left that they have to pay in full. Got to remember, most assessments are done the year of the assessment and paid in full. There are very few municipal governments that self-finance for multiple years. Very few.
You're just a nice guy.
Just a nice guy, that's it.
Okay, that was the only question I have.
So that's where we stand on this. Once approved, letters go out, and the next time we'll talk about this is on 4 September. We need a motion. He'll read the motion. We need you to.
Yeah, it's in the agenda memorandum.
Do we have any public comment first?
I didn't think there would be.
Okay.
So seeing no public comment, there's an agenda memo that is at the top of this agenda item, and at the bottom, you'll see where staff recommends the Board of Supervisors approve Resolution 2024-02. Other jurisdictions will generally use agenda memos, and what I like to do is in staff's recommendation at the bottom, I like to underline if, the pleasure of the board is to approve whatever the item under consideration is. All you'd have to say is, I move, we approve, and then just read what's underlined. So it makes it kind of simple. So yeah, we need a motion to approve Resolution 2024-02.
Have a motion to approve Resolution 2024-02.
Second.
Discussion? Public? Nope. Doing from the board? Call the vote.
Supervisor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Supervisor Norton,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick,
Yes.
President Phillips,
Yes.
Okay. Let's go on to number L. L in your packet, the Horton Homes discussion. So this is this is another interesting one. As we continuously review contracts, agreements through our district, this one bubbled up the past few months as a concern that I reached out to our council to get some more clarity on. So back in part of your supporting documents that you received separately, I believe, there was a discussion on this last year, into 2 years ago, that Unit 12, Horton Homes, discussion of an agreement with the, I'm sorry, Horton. We're doing Horton.
Yeah.
I'm doing, Horton and Hornicks are messing me up.
Yeah.
Let's talk Horton. I apologize.
DR Horton.
DR Horton, DR Horton, yes. So DR Horton, a large developer, the biggest in America, came by. They've built some lots. They're doing a major expansion in Central Florida. They came by the district offices and were interested in what they could do as a development to help us with our infrastructure, as well as add homes to our network, I'll call it, the district. It escalated to their VP level, so the last discussion that the contract is under review, or the draft contract being under review by council, is that DR Horton would like to enter a multi-year development agreement with the district in certain areas across the district, that they would do entire, basically pre-planned community streets, infrastructure, streetlights, sidewalks, everything, turnkey for their part, and they wanted to know what interest we would have as a district. We're working out the specifics there. These would be $350,000 to $500,000 homes, single family, all have garages, all have 1,200 square foot minimums. They've accommodated in the initial discussions to address all the concerns we as a district have had when it comes to house structures, without even being tied to a code enforcement issue with us. So they're more than happy to do that. They're right now, the area in Unit 20. So they're looking at large chunks of like 100 plus that they can do this multi-year. 100 is the number they want to stick to for the ability to do the infrastructure that goes with that. So right now, Unit 20, which is Caballero and up Cortez, off the north quadrant of Deer Run. Unit 20, or Unit 14, which is our northern boundary, or a lot of conservation in that area, which is out west. And then also the Unit 18 area, 4 and 18, which is the northern entrance of the district. Those are the 3 areas that was interesting to them, solely based on the density of the parcels that they could have a community without a lot of individuals scattered throughout. Haven't locked in that. That's just the areas that they came and did a site survey with their engineers and so on.
Do we have 100 lots
in all 3 of those areas? The district owns 100 plus. Yes. Yeah.
I thought that was all conservation area out there.
Well, the only area where it's a concern environmentally is the Unit 4, Unit 18. And it's not a showstopper, is that we would have to identify land the district owns near the wastewater plant to be the water, Southwest Florida water rules. We would have to have equivalent amount of acreage offset out there. Right now, we did in that quadrant because we didn't see any development. We would just take that 40 acres, move it to our wastewater plant, and then that would be to Southwest Florida. They would be accepting of that. So, but that's why that's been tabled as the last development for them. There's other areas that they can develop. So we're right now in the review process of the contract, what they've presented to us. I've made the county aware of it through the planning and zoning department, that we are interested. I wanted to get more feedback from the county of how engaged they will be, since this is solely within the confines of the district. It's our network, it's our roads, it's our infrastructure. There's very little impact to the county. The county administrator, as well as staff, is assessing that to see how involved they may or may not be in a project to this level. So waiting on some feedback from them, because that'll be how we create a development agreement per se. We could have a sales agreement tomorrow, but that gives us no protections on what they build there and what they do for us. So we're one to escalate this to a development agreement, and that means county's involvement, and I'm fine with that. There's stipulations there. They would look at a parcel purchase from us of right now it's above 10K per parcel, but we're still locking that down because there is an offset if they're going to do all the infrastructure at their cost. What is our accommodation to that? Our utility department will oversee the roads, will oversee the infrastructure, the pipes. So they'll make sure they're building it to our standards. But if we're not doing the work like we would, then there is going to be an offset of the $7,500 connection fee. That's just a common sense thing. If I'm not spending $7,500, we're not here to gouge people. We need to come up with a new number, whatever that is. So we're discussing that. The value of this is immediately, there's about $16,000 a year in assessment revenue that will generate for us because it's a vacant lot. It'll immediately go to, once they put it in a road network, it'll go to $45,000 a year in assessment value. And then once they're totally built out, it's over $80,000 a year when they have houses on there. And that's just an assessment revenue for us. Totally don't even set it, don't even go down to, they're going to be paying $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a year in county taxes for county services, county revenue. So definitely a benefit to us. Part of the development agreement would be a very specific timeline of development. It won't be we give you 5 years to build house one. Mm-hmm. It'll be in year one, I want a road in. In year two, I want the pipes in. I want to connect it to our network. And then you can build houses all day long. So if it goes south for whatever reason, market, us, them, then at least there's a tangible on the ground that we have and they've built, and not just land sitting out there vacant for multiple years we're getting no money on. So, and they're open to that. They'd say that's how they do it anywhere else. So they wouldn't expect anything differently.
And when do you think the start will be?
What's that, man?
When do you think they will be implementing?
They are for the acquisition and development. They're ready to go like now.
So
they would want to do something this year.
What's the next step on our end?
Next step on this is if the conceptual plan is acceptable, Garrett's reviewing the contract. We have some concerns. He'll voice them. And so we'll have to go back and forth with their legal on the concerns. And I'm still, the outlier right here is county involvement and bureaucracy that may shy them away of saying, we don't want to mess with you because these guys are making us wait 2, 3, 4 years. And that's where we got to get our county commissioners involved and to assist us with it. So the next step is just understanding this, acknowledging the areas. If there's a concern, and if there's a specific concern, I taken it back to them when we have discussions with the contract.
These are concrete block homes. They're not prefabs. They're not.
Well, they're stick frame. I won't say they're concrete block, but they're a foundation with stick buildings. Yeah, they're not modular homes.
Okay.
No.
Well, you can bring in the bottoms, put the top on it like.
I mean, I'd have to get very specific with their engineers of the type of structure, but in my language with them, it's been foundations with stick frame, and that's how they build.
Yeah.
350 to $500,000. You're not talking.
I don't think D.R. Horton does those sorts of bills.
Yeah.
The sales price per parcel, is that, do we get that money upon agreement? Or
as soon as the agreement's done, that'll be our stipulation. That's paid up front. That's not a drawn out plan. Right now, all those parcels in the 3 areas we're looking at are valued at $500 because it's vacant land. And that's what the appraiser valued them at. So it's not a.
But we may charge them $14,000 a lot?
Well, because we're not only purchasing land, some of that 14 grand is for them for us to not charge them the $7,500 extra. We'll charge them a lesser rate for the connection fees. So I'm kind of baking it into the sales price.
Because that could be, you're talking, if it's $14,000, it's like $1 million, right?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah,
$1 million of revenue that is not planned.
Hasn't even shown up on our radar so far on any of the products you've looked at.
Okay.
We have a long way to go on the agreement that they had sent us. There are some terms that are not gonna work. So I'm sure this month we'll see whether or not, as long as we can amend those terms, I'm sure we can get something.
Yeah.
So we'll have more information on this next month.
Yes, ma'am. Once we get more on, we just received the contract 2 weeks ago, so yeah. We'll, just again, this is conceptual, just, it's good for the district.
Yeah.
It brings in much needed development in very targeted areas that it's development with turnkey with infrastructure that if I wanted to do the same areas as a district, it would cost me $3 to $4 million of district money to put in the roads and the infrastructure, where they're baking it into the cost of the house. That's why they can charge $500,000 and they're going to get it. So, yeah.
So now that this has come up,
Yep.
the county's going to be aware of it. Will we be responsible for taxes on those properties?
So this is a perfect example. These will be the areas that we fence off from the get-go. They're part of our development plan. If we pay taxes, we pay taxes because we know we're going to release them out of our control.
Money on the back end.
Yes.
So, but at least for our areas that are,
yeah,
for future projects, we'll make this good.
Yep.
Pretty exciting.
Yeah, a reputable company. Good name, and they bring a very quality product. So, yeah. Other than that, any questions on that?
Before you go to that, the Hornick,
yeah.
How about the ones on Cortez with Prominence? There's been like zero activity there for months.
So the issue with that, we haven't got any official acknowledgement from Prominence of their financial status. But I know that in just the past 30 to 45 days, there's been a lot of acquisition from Southern Homes and other buyers that have been buying a lot of their projects that are in different varying stages of progress. And they're selling them. So what the concern that I will raise at a point in time, which we probably have 9 months left, is that once their building permits start hit the 2-year mark, then they expire. Now they're in code violation of building code as well as Sun and Lake restriction if you see a vacant house that's been undeveloped. Mm-hmm. But until then, just based on the law, is that they have a 2-year window to do all their construction in an appropriate time, and we will monitor that with Prominence and give them plenty of heads up that once that clock runs out, then there'll be some additional fees and fines and code violations that will start triggering.
As I drove over there the other day, and there seemed to be a little bit more, not construction, but people moving into those finished homes.
Yes.
So maybe something's starting to pick up. But yeah, there's all kinds of skeletons out there right now.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
We can move on to M for your Hornick Homes discussion. Tom, your summary page is there, just summarizes some of the historical here. An agreement was entered into last year.
Want to put that up on the screen?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. An agreement was entered into between the developer and the district. It gave a 3-year window with varying stipulations throughout. It basically sunset in August of next year. Based on that original, there was a purchase of 469 lots, and I apologize that I missed the zero to Miss Beverly's point. He paid for those 469 about $33,000 for the 469 lots. So that would be bad. 33 ain't any better, but so that was paid for in full, and we're good on that. But he also, part of that agreement was in exchange for the 1,000 additional parcels in Unit 12. If we all understand Unit 12. So the blue area is what he bought. Actually, everything that's platted is what he bought. That's 469 parcels. He owns them, cut and dry. We're not involved in them. The stuff that's grayed out, the rest of Unit 12 are the option parcels that haven't been platted. That's still owned by us, but he has the option to buy. Okay? So that's the additional 1,000 parcels that I'm talking about. There's been some payments made, $25,000 last year, $100 at the beginning of this contract, and so on. To date, he's dropped off a $25,000 check for this year, but that's the original agreement. What we found as a concern is that in June of last year, and this was a lot of stuff going on in the district, there was a transition, there was an interim GM, there was a lot of shuffling of staff, that an amendment to the original agreement was entered into. and discussed at some board meetings. I included in your packet some of the board discussions. Here's the confusion, I think, is that you all were also having similar discussions about the Hornick project off of Sun Lake Boulevard. So if you read the minutes, you see a banter of different topics. So I can definitely see where confusion would be. Not that it's an excuse, but I can see where the confusion would be. But in May of last year, an amendment to the original agreement gave an extension of about 3 years, gave a reduced amount in the annual payout to the district, and it basically extended the option to buy those parcels for 3 more years. That was never brought to the board for a board vote to amend the original agreement. It was signed by your GM and Mr. Hornick, and that's it. Since it was an agreement that the board levied as a resolution 3+ years ago, any changes to that should have came back to you guys to adjust and to vote on. That didn't happen. For whatever reason, it didn't happen. So in effect, the amendment is not binding from the district's perspective, and it basically sunsets next year. We're having discussions now with Mr. Hornick. Garrett's involved to explain that. He's aware of it. He's been put on notice to explain that. And you see what we have there. We have land that's still undeveloped. It is going through a process, and I'm aware of it, with the county on platting, zoning changes. You know, interestingly enough, our district engineer is also the engineer for Mr. Hornick. So we're able to get information of updates engineering-wise. So the process is going through the county process. That's just a painful process. But nothing has happened physically on the ground, and I'll get more information when I have a meeting this week with Mr. Hornick of if there's any expectations moving forward. And that's kind of where we have it. We need to get your guidance, feedback of how much you want to pursue an amendment, adjust the original, or call it a day and we just ride out the original contract and take it for what it is.
Oh, no.
So Garrett, when you had the conversation with Mr. Hornick, is he open-minded about where we stand, or?
So we're at the point now where I laid it out for him very clearly that the amendment is not binding on the district, and I explained why. He seemed to acknowledge it, and he requested a meeting with Boz and I. We're going to schedule that this week. It's probably occur early next week. So once we get a feel for where he's at, I mean, he may decide to exercise his option sooner rather than later. That's what I suspect he'll do. If he wants to come back and negotiate an amendment that would be binding, you know, for some time in the middle between the amendment he thought he was getting and the original agreement, you know, that's still to be seen. But I think what Boz and I are looking for are, you know, what are you all looking for so that when we go sit down with Mr. Hornick, we know what we have to work with. But at this point, that amended agreement is not the operative agreement. So it's.
I think you got a sweetheart deal and he needs to get going on it or forget it. My opinion. And he's been, I'm not suggesting that he hasn't been good for the district, because he has been, but it's time to move on.
It's a plot of land.
Yes.
And he's had it monopolized. I mean, we can't sell it. We can't get any assessments for it. He's holding us in effect in limbo. So
Yeah.
he needs to make it.
And as you see there, I've been having an ongoing discussion with him of what he hasn't paid us in the assessments, which started last November when he was supposed to, from the agreement, he was supposed to start paying. And we still haven't seen money yet. So we're having those discussions. That's that $150K that he should be owing us. And then so on.
He needs to pony up on that one.
He's been building homes in other places.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Is he planning on starting Sun Lake Boulevard before this?
Sun Lake just went through the final step of county meetings. So I think he showed me a 9 to 12 month start timeline where he's going to start clearing the lot and so on. Yeah, it'll be done before this at all and gets in it. Yeah.
No, his focus will be on Sun and
He's
Lake.
doing Sun Lake, yes, sir. It's a very Magnolia-like community. He's got a plan. He's good.
Yeah.
He will sell that a lot quicker than developing this. Yep. So not worried about that project commencing because we've been involved with him and the county on that. This one, we just got to sort out the agreement first and then take it from there.
It's taking the back seat. I mean, he's not worried about getting that one done.
All right. Well, we'll have a meeting with them and we'll bring to you the outcome of that meeting and we understand where you want to go. So,
I would like to have the back money that he owes us at the very minimum.
well, sure. And this, another area, like the previous discussion, those 1,000+ parcels we acknowledge as being developed, they will be off our list to the county for any tax exemptions because they're in our development plan, so we have to pay appropriate taxes if so.
Okay.
Yep, all right, that's it for that one. This should be a very simple one. All we did, you guys wanted to look at the 2 forms for the GM's eval. Just need to know which form that you leaning towards, and then what we need to get back into HR so she can compile them for next month for your evaluation. The forms came in that additional packet, not in the original board packet. I apologize. Those, yes, ma'am. That one, and then at the end is a 2-pager that we use for all staff right now. That's the simple one that I use for the entire team. The first one was what she found for equivalent type of GM level evaluations.
The more detailed one is a very easy one to fill out. I can grant you, you just mark the box.
Okay.
And it's, I have found it, that is very easy compared to the other. Well, both of them are quite simple, but that other one, I mean, you just check the box and based on what you put in the box, pretty much tells you how you felt about the objective.
So is she looking, the consensus is the more depth one?
I don't know. I found it quite easy to work through. If you just answer those questions, you basically rated him.
I don't know that I had that. Do I have that, Melissa? You said that was an extra packet.
It was in the second packet.
I didn't get a second. I only got the one packet when I came.
Then it should be in I put it in your book.
Okay, so where would it be in this book?
It should be in the very back. Yep. The add-on stuff. My apologies.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
It was in here last week or last month.
You're saying this one.
It's at the end of that one. I found it very easy to fill out because I just went through and I started checking the boxes and next thing I knew I was done.
The last one.
I didn't do any writing of each specific one, but
Well, that's not doing it.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
I mean, the one thing there is, I can see where it says, the objectives for next year. To me, the objective comes from you as to what you expect to accomplish during 24,
Sure.
25.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I think that's, and then if I have something additional that I think needs, then that's be something else, but.
Do you have a preference?
I don't. And whatever product is submitted, I mean, we want to get some consistency, obviously.
Sure.
Then she can rank them. And if we just want to pick one this time, live with it, and then it gives us time to get work with you individually and say how we want to shape it for next year. I just want to, she needs to provide something for you all next month.
Well, and that's part of the contract with you.
It
too,
is part, yeah.
that
And,
you
I'm not going to lose any sleep over it if you don't, but that's not right.
I mean, some of this is,
Which one? The long one or the short?
this is an overkill,
Okay.
I think.
Short ones.
I mean, how satisfied in the leadership involvement of the general manager regarding racket sports? What the hell do I know?
He knows.
I can give you an opinion.
I'm just saying, it's,
Short one?
no, I don't like the short one either. I mean, it should be cut and dry.
I'm not surprised.
Are you happy? Are you not happy?
Yeah.
Is he doing what he's supposed to be doing? If not, why not? I mean, I'll go with it whichever way you guys want. about three
That's
major
good.
strengths of the general manager, limitations,
Short
and
one.
the general manager performance.
You like the short one?
I mean,
You like the short one, you like the short one, you like the short one? Okay, so the short one, fill it out as you see fit, and then she will compile it to the best of her abilities and present it next month as an assessment. And that's all it is. You need those in the next couple of weeks. Yes, ma'am.
but let me ask you this, because he brought up the point. On objectives for next year, do you want them from us, or are we going to get them from you?
Well, if you're asking me, I can send you something very quickly.
I mean, don't you think it
There should be
come
some
from him?
direction of what, no, I'll give you something. I would ask if there's anything specifically from your seat you're needing the GM's focus on, then I
think
once you provide your document,
then we can
determine whether.
I will get those out to you this week.
Because, like when we walked down what we were expecting from when we hired you.
Sure.
It provided all those bullet points. And
I will get you my objectives for 2025 and you'll have them this week.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Petitions and communications. The only thing in your packet was what we received from our Avante lawyer, Mr. Rhodes. If you want to speak more to that, the interrogatories or whatever you call it.
Yeah, so Boz included in your packets several of the district's responses to Avante's requests for interrogatories and responsive documents to their request for production. This is what we call in litigation discovery, right? It's when folks are providing answers to questions, they start providing documents pursuant to requests. And this is usually the longest and the most costly part of litigating. It's when you really find out if you have what you need to have to support your case. This is the district's response to Avante and Mueller. My understanding is that the folks, Mr. Rhodes is continuing to push the attorneys for Avante to do the same and finally respond to our outstanding requests for production and interrogatories, which I believe have been outstanding for about a year, maybe, which is a very long time. So that's the current status of that. As of today, we have not received their responses to our interrogatories or production, but I anticipate that'll come down soon. And then at that point, once you receive that information, you have to take some time to evaluate it. I'm sure they'll send over a couple thousand pages of documents for us to sift through, but that's why discovery is it's not very fun, but it's necessary. And if you have any questions about what you see there, I'd recommend that you maybe hold your question until after the meeting and come up to me and discuss it.
We'll go straight into general counsel additional if you want to chat on those bullets.
Yeah, so I'll start with the foreclosure litigation. Our firm is preparing here, connected with the Auckland assessments for the bond.
Right.
As you know, our strategy was to send out another round of demand letters asking folks with delinquencies to fill out what's called a deed in lieu of foreclosure. And essentially there, we're telling them that, we're going to foreclose on them in X number of days. And if they want to avoid being named in a foreclosure lawsuit, which many people do, we ask that they just execute a deed transferring title in the property to Auckland as consideration for not foreclosing on the outstanding assessments. To date, so we sent out demand letters to about a third of the lot owners to see what the response rate would be, because these are folks who have received demand letters previously from Auckland and from the district. I think we ended up sending out about 90 letters, and as of yesterday, we have received 20 signed deeds back, which is considerable. That's much more than we expected. And to put that in perspective from a cost standpoint, In total, I think it cost us about $800 or $900 to send these letters out. We sent a copy regular mail. We sent a copy certified mail. And then the cost to actually print out the letters and the deeds and whatnot. But every deed we get back is one less case we have to file. It saves you all about $1,700 in legal fees. And the net effect of that is when we send a legally, filled out deed to Auckland, they accept it, record it, and take title to the property. They pay off any outstanding maintenance assessments we have that are delinquent on the property as well. So not only are we saving legal costs, but it's the net effect of getting back some delinquent assessments as well. So it's like a $35,000 turnaround there. I think our next step is the third of folks who have not responded to the letter. We're going to start foreclosure proceedings next month, or maybe probably the end of this month, but most of them next month. I anticipate that'll take about a year. And then we're going to send out the next batch of letters to the next third of owners and just keep plodding along in that way. And Auckland so far has been pretty happy with our progress. So I'm working with Coral's working with them pretty much every day. We talk about something having to do with some property. So that's been ongoing. Parcel acquisition process. We've got our process down for how we're transacting with folks for our different project areas, our wastewater treatment plant, our other project areas. I believe to date we have one completed. We have several in the queue, but the several in the queue constitute around 50 to 60 lots. So I expect by our next meeting, those will be resolved, and we're anticipating it's about 2 weeks to close on those transactions. So I expect those to ramp up here shortly. Otherwise, staying very busy with other items as well. The district, if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer those now.
Is part of the acquisition process trading lots?
It is, yeah.
Is that working?
So I'm finalizing what I'm calling a swap agreement. I'm going to send that to Boz for his review this week. That's going to be the easier of the transactions because, there's no money changing hands. It's just a swap of parcels. So it's a deed for deed, essentially. But it took us a little bit to figure out what would be the most efficient way for us to process. I say most efficient, but the most efficient way to do it in a proper way to do these other transactions, because they're not for very much money most instances, and most of the time we're not trying to really add additional costs like title search fees if we don't have to. I think title searches now are running like $250 per parcel, which is crazy for a lot that's worth $500. So we have a process now, working with Tamia at our property acquisition specialist in Coral and Boz. And I think our process is good, and I expect things to turn and burn now, more or less.
40% of the calls that I deal with are with just one that they do a swap. They just want to swap. They want to still be invested in the community. They would just like it if given an opportunity, a different parcel. And then an interesting second and third order effect to that is we've had like 3 now where we've done the swap, and they have found additional parcels that they buy near the swap. So they're actually investing more in our community on their own. We're not selling them, but they're finding ones on for sale. They pick one for swap. So it benefits the district greatly by just getting more people invested in our district. So yeah, it's good. We'll go to GM's report. We talked to parcel transfers. 3rd of July was a great success. If you attended, appreciate that. A lot of good feedback. The fireworks went off well. The support of it went off well. The staff did an amazing job, and it basically just gave us the desire to continue that level of an event with vendors, with food, with music. It just made a good day. We're going to work on the parking and other issues like that. Yes, sir.
I was looking at the numbers that it said we had a profit of 175 from the vendors. How much are we charging the vendors?
What are we
charging
charging,
the
sir?
trucks to be there?
Yeah.
25.
Yeah, it's
Very low. Yeah, we should probably charge more next time.
And you're spot on. We're going to relook because it's a combination of can we provide a better space for them where they're not competing with parking? And I think once we set it up appropriately, get the right vendor mix in there, get some seating, then it's an easy ask of them. They got to pay $50, $100 for a spot because they know they're going to make. They made a lot of money that night based on the folks there. So a good point, and we're definitely looking at that. Yeah. The PFAS, this is that forever chemicals in there. We actually are a step ahead of our state. And I only did this because I knew this coming from Wisconsin. This is a big deal in Wisconsin. But we did a baseline of all our wells, of what we draw from the aquifer for our drinking water, potable water. And just for a situation where there's nothing in the pack, I didn't give you the 60-page document. The PFAS are these forever chemicals that are just ingrained into the wells based off of these forever chemicals from nonstick pans, carpeting, that type of stuff that bleed down from the landfills into the drinking water. We did all our wells. We are not even on the scale of rankings of any of our wells of a concern. The state level and the national level is set at the 10 parts per million. We're not even registering above a part per million. So we are well ahead of it. We are going to be mandated to do this annually to report to the state. We're a year ahead of that process. The state has offered some financial reimbursement for us to do this because they're an expensive test. So I feel very comfortable that we can tell our citizens that there's no concerns when it comes to PFAS, and they'll be hearing more about this in the public.
Do we do that ourselves, or do we have to hire someone?
Well, we have an outside agency that we collect the water, we send it to an outside lab. So it's different from our lab. It's a state sanctioned lab. The other 3 points are, as we're all talking budgets, just to always put in context what our surrounding entities will be doing to us in this next year cycle. And it really shows that the level of scrutiny of budgets at our level, you all's concern about it, it's a really impactful thing that we gotta advocate to our residents. County budgets across the board are up 15%. All the departments are up 15%. If you look at our baseline, yeah, it's sporadic in some departments based on how we've adjusted departments, but across the board, we as a district hasn't increased more than 5% across all our departments. The county wastewater assessment was just recently approved. There's going to be about a $7 uptick per account, which not crazy, but the reality is we as a district we provide about 45 to 5,000 accounts to the county of waste collection. We're a very large portion of the county waste program. So that's a large money going to our county to support that program. The biggest one that's going to hit us is our fire assessments, the county fire assessments. They did an increase of 10%, which for the regular resident with a vacant lot is in the $35 range. The biggest hit is going to be our commercial folks, that some of our commercial entities here, and it's not our fight, but we're advocating on behalf of them. Some of them are going to see a $15,000 increase in their fire assessment based on what the county had to do to raise commercial rates. Churches, we got a couple of them. Industry, our hospital and whatnot. There's going to be a massive increase there. The county voted on and approved that. I know they're going to be, screaming when they get that first bill in the mail. Not our problem, but we did advocate. We told them when they go to the board meeting. We had a lot of Sun Lake people in the audience at that meeting, at the county meeting, so that was good to see. They were all advocating, you got to be realistic with this thing. All that said, everything's going up across our spectrum of what we deal with, but we definitely from Sun Lake need to hold anyone outside the county as well as ourselves accountable for, if you're going to raise it, what am I getting for that raise? And you've all hit on it with some good questions here. Why did we go up 5%? Why do we do that? If we can't really explain it too well, then we probably need to relook those numbers, and we will. But I'd ask the same at our county level. We need to be asking them, what am I getting for it? Don't tell me just sheriff and fire. That only goes so far with me. What am I getting for a massive 15% increase in our property taxes that's going to happen this year? So GM's report, you saw it in there. A lot of data. There's some And I will apologize, there's some conflicts. I've had a discussion with some of the supervisors. There's some maybe dated information in there. I'm going to do a better job of quality control on some of the products that are in there, making sure when we state a number, it's the same number you saw in the other reports. It's a timing thing. We're trying to get staff reports to legal review earlier, and then we need to get them in your hands at least a week out so you guys can have some reading material. So more to follow on that as we better that product. I'm showing you just for situation awareness, the speed bumps. We're actively doing the assessment. If it's in green, they're pretty much going to get a speed bump. They've met the requirements without bothering y'all. We're getting a speed bump installed based on what our speed machine and our assessments have done. If it's not in green, I'm continuing to assess it. There are some submitted petitions. There's only one in that scenario that probably is going to come to your level because it's just consistently not meeting anywhere near the requirement. I'm talking Loretta Street, but we have a petition. We have residents that really want one, and I may just put one in there, but I don't want to set a precedent. Just put one in there for a 2% exceeding speed limits. It sets a bad precedent. We'll have them all over the damn place. So, but more to follow on that. But just so you're aware of, we haven't changed anything. We still accept petitions, but now we're trying to get ahead of it. We're doing the analysis. We're doing the speed machine. If it busts the 20% marks, they're getting a speed bump without even having the discussion with you guys. So we're going to continue to do that. Here's your 4th of July, 3rd of July. Good event. Our Happy or Not devices are working extremely well at all our locations. This is the summary for June. So it gives us a good snapshot of our assessment as a district. 94% are happy. We have some specific comments that we're addressing. This is Jamal's department as well as the rest of the directors. And we'll continue to see this build over time. We'll do it monthly, give you an idea. The one interesting thing I'll say that we caught in July that we're having a discussion with the Happy or Not folks is we noticed a spike of red on one day in our rec center. We thought it was just someone just being angry, just hitting it. Great thing about it, we pull up our cameras, we look on it, and we see some adults talking to our ladies there, chatting with them, and the little kid over there just hitting the button, hitting that sad face. He should have hit the happy face, I'd be all right. He was hitting the red one all day long. So we're going to try to figure out what timing mechanism we can better set to prevent that, because it does skew some numbers. But just so you're all aware, it was interesting to see, because I was like, find me that person that was just being aggravated, and we found it was a nice little kid, so no worries. Okay, going to P, your 25 and expenditures above. Nothing of concern there, nothing that requires a board vote. They're all within line with a budget line item. The Duke Power bills and the U.S. Water, which is our water meter system. And you all voted on the aggregate we need for the golf course, so that was a board vote in April. So no issues on the 25K and above. Only 3 expenditures. If you go to Q, commercial corridor, this is really just situation awareness to give you a sense of not only are we dealing with our residents, we have a robust 150 plus parcels commercial corridor. 6 large scale developments are in process. And I say in process, progress, is that's a developer that comes in the office, asks some questions, figures out the cost of hooking up to our network and so on, and gets a sense of us as a community of how we're going before they throw in hundreds of thousands of dollars to invest in these large parcels. And after that discussion, we find through the register that they bought the land, starting to build, and so on. So that's a great thing. So just the ones that we are aware of that are recent purchases, they're going to generate extra assessment money, extra utility money. These are large parcels on frontage road. And it was good to chat with those individual developers, mostly local, but there are 2 from Palm Beach and 1 from Orlando that just heard about the community, saw what we have, what we offer, and they want to be part of that investment. So that's a good thing. This is the one going into Tanglewood. This is going to be where they sell manufactured homes for people that want to upgrade their manufactured home. So this is driving into Tanglewood. You see the Turn 2 breweries to the north. This is a development that county zoning, county approvals, we're injecting where we want them to have irrigation, we want them to have the right street lighting and so on. So it's in line with what we are asking for as a district, but they're going through the county process. So that's going to be a good business to have outside. This is one to the right corner there. You see the tank of the U-Haul Center. And then they bought all the lands, basically goes right up to Sebring. So they bought that sliver of land going back there. They're going to add some more storage buildings. So again, they're working with us on the road connection, access to 27, hydrants, lighting. That's going to almost double, if not triple, the assessment value of that parcel based on their investment into there. Everyone likes storage units for some reason, and they're always sold out, so that's a good thing. The other two are on the north side, the northern entrance by the Buffalo Co's, that area there. A lot of those parcels got snatched up by a developer wanting to do something. Haven't heard anything about box stores or small box stores or anything like that. I think it's more medical type development to include our doctor that's expanding on Sun Lake Boulevard up to the land we bought. Again, it's a good feeling that not only residents, but commercial businesses want to invest in Sun Lake. And when they invest, they're here for definitely the long haul because they're putting a lot of money into it. So, all right. That was really just information. Now, this one, this is just to start the discussion. Because I know Mr. Brooks consistently says, what are we? What can we be? Let's all get straight on that before we start coming up with great ideas of how to fix ourselves. So we took it as an assessment after last meeting. This is really just to get a sense of you guys, to give you some more thought into it, to get back to us, because there's no decisions here. We're not going to vote on anything. Just wanted to paint a picture of where we stand as a restaurant, clubhouse, banquet hall. You see, we have a lot more revenue than I even expected when you add all the large groups over 30 people when they use our space there. So that's interesting. That's a dynamic that when we see that on paper, that really impacts how we structure that space over there. We have a lot of space events throughout the year, so almost twice a month, that consume the entire building. Which again, throws a wicket in there where, how are we structured that way that we can shut down to do that? The timing of the events, whatever level, because now we're competing with space over there, we're basically having to stop operations, set up, tear down, and then reset up and so on. So it kind of puts us in limbo where if we had a true restaurant, that'd be in question, how we can sustain that, or vice versa if we had a banquet hall and so on. So that's a concern I have looking at that. And then also the customer comments through our systems we have in place now, as well as just commentary. I don't think any of those are a surprise to anybody. There's not a lot of outdoor seating. Yeah, it's the time of the year, but still, even when the nice weather, not a lot of good seating outside. The outdoor service food we don't really offer. Golfers get annoying. I like that one, but golfers just come in there and it's a clubhouse, and they want to treat it that way, and I'm supportive of that. But now you're competing with the restaurant ambiance, and is that really the space to do that? It is very nicely maintained and appropriate furnishings, but I think we just got to be honest with ourselves. It's still high-end cafeteria. Let's just call it what it is. So I think we can do that. We control that. We can throw some energy into that and to get it glossied up on both sides, the clubhouse side, the bar side, and the big open space that we call for banquet halls. So those are, this gets us in gets our juices flowing of what we can do. So to that effect, I've reached out to Troon. They're giving us report cards of where we stand right now with the restaurant, with our clubhouse, and with our golf course, bringing in their corporate level experts and painting the picture on the record that we'll file through you guys to show us where we stand and if we want to take any of their professional advice, opinions to heart, or just set it aside. But I want to get something officially from them, because I know it's been mentioned here that they've had this discussion with us. We talked about it or whatnot. I'm just struggling going back through the official record where it's documented and it's in our log, and we even had a discussion on it where we said, disregard that or let's do that. So this is a sense of the team you have in place now. I want to hold them accountable, because it also holds them accountable to what we're paying them for as a corporate headquarters. All right. So we're waiting on that. The challenge we have is that we have a very nice site, but the way it's designed right now, it just cannot accommodate three things: banquets, restaurant, and clubhouse. It just physically cannot do that without one of those being sloughed off or shut down. You could make a very small restaurant. You could cut our clubhouse. When I talk the clubhouse, I'm talking the bar area. You could cut that in half, and you could have a dedicated banquet space on the left side as you walk in. But based on what we have data, there's always going to compete with each other. They're going to trump somebody where it's going to say, I need to shut you down because I need a bigger space, or vice versa. So that's a challenge, trying to make three things fit in the space of two. I think we're at a point where we need, as a group, you all with the strategic guidance, is if we want to set aside one of those three, or you tell us, I want all three, then that gives us the marching orders to try to get to there, and then I owe you the data of how do we get there. What financially that's going to cost, where's the money going to come from, so on and so forth. We're gathering data right now. I'm gathering the cost for a banquet facility attached to the building. I'm gathering the cost to upgrade our interior, to make a different menu for the clubhouse, vice the restaurant, and so on. And those are costing us nothing to gather those data points. But if we're going down a path of, you know what, we don't want a bigger restaurant, I just need to know that so I can stop investigating that, or vice versa. We want a more dedicated space for the clubhouse. We want a true 19th hole. We want a members area, that type of stuff. We just need that type of guidance. So that's where those other impacts of, if we do something more robust in those three areas, we got to worry about seating. We got to worry about the impact off season, on season, that type of stuff, and so on. So conceptually, before I let you all chatter on, there's some things that we immediately control that are no excuse. The training of the staff on site right now is a no-brainer. I control that. He controls that. We got to fix that. The quality of our servers, our bar service, our cooks, that's an unacceptable if we falter there. So we own that. We'll get better at that. We cannot compromise food quality. I don't care who tells me that. I don't care if Troon says you need to buy this cheaper meat because you'll make more money. That's a non-starter. We're not going to go down that road. So we're going to hold that line. And then revamping of our menus we're having a lot of success with the specials. A lot of success there. I think we need to ingrain that more into, is it time for a total revamp of the standing menu and then add that recurring seasonal menu, because the challenge we're running into with our chef and our team there is, it's a great thing to do a weekly special. That's time consuming. That's a lot of energy. That's a lot of food costs. And half of those things just don't sell well. Half are doing great. Half of those things are just basically bubbling up. So is it time to find the ones that are being successful and make those a seasonal type menu? But those things we control, and we'll do that. We're definitely going to hype up the advertising. The district message boards start going in this week. We're sorting it out with the electrician and so on. So that would be helpful, how we advertise that. We're meeting this afternoon with the marketing folks at Troon to discuss how we can do that better. There's some internal procedures that we control, where we seat people. Why don't we offer takeout delivery? Why don't we offer, online orders? Why can't we do that type of stuff? We control that. So let's fix that, because it's not an excuse that we just never did it before. So there's that type of stuff. Then there's some things that will come to a point in time where I'm going to have to seek funding, additional funding, that if you truly want the expert in a restaurant layout, it's going to cost us money. You're not going to get it on the cheap with, whoever's just sitting there with PowerPoint plugging away. We're going to have to spend some money if we want to do that. And that's where I'm saying those bottom ones is there's going to be a cost to that. And if we want to shut down something for a period of time, i.e. a banquet hall, because we want to build a restaurant, build a clubhouse, but we can't do banquets anymore, we need to accept that that's a money tied to that. That's $400K that may walk out the door and not come back to us because they'll find other spaces to go to. So we got to tread that lightly if we're going to go down that road. So that's kind of where we're sitting at right now. These are the initial, very one over the world, conceptual ideas that we're gathering facts on. So this is an expanding of our outdoor area, taking full advantage of that with wood decking, seating, more appropriate setup to take advantage of the outdoor space come that time of the year, so we can sit out there in the rain, sit out there when not get beat on with the heat, and use that as an additional seating area. The banquet area, we have the space, we have the revenue that's being generated to warrant it. We may find a time where a dedicated space that does not impact the restaurant and the clubhouse, we're at a point that becomes an enterprise that we go down that road. This is a metal structure, bottom right corner, top right corner. These are metal structures that are very well, laid out on the interior. They look like a stick frame building, but they're built a lot cheaper, a lot quicker. And both of those examples in that size of 60 to 100 foot with install are in the less than 200, 250 range that we could throw up.
There's space for that?
Yes, ma'am. Right there in that green area between the pickleball and our clubhouse. So we would go into that open green space. And then we become competitive in the area for a market that we have barely scratched the surface on. We do a lot of internal meetings, club, league, chamber, a lot of that lower level stuff. We have not even scratched the surface of the ability for a true wedding venue, large meeting venue, because we don't have the right accommodations for it. So they'll go somewhere else. So there's an opportunity to do that at a cost, but that's an interesting opportunity that we can take advantage of. And then when it comes to, this is the layout of the metal building. Again, they can make it look like a stick frame very nicely. This is now the interior of our clubhouse, I'll call it, our true 19th hole. So we go down the road of, let's think about the banquet space. Let's think about the restaurant. But what we control right now, overnight, we can transition into is a more robust clubhouse atmosphere for members and non-members. This is just a clubhouse. That we transition our space right now into more seating, drinking, appetizers, and stray away. I'm talking to the left side where the bar is now, and stray away from it's an actual, 8-top table, people having meals. We stray away from that because we want to focus those people next door into our restaurant, into that space where we have banquets right now, where we have booths, we have family tables, we have 4-toppers, we have some big tables in there. But now we have a true separation where you walk in the door. If you want to eat at Island View, you break left. You go have a good time at Island View. If you want to go to the 19th hole, have a drink, have some apps, you go right. And you sit there in a big comfy leather chair, and you sit there with your group, and you play cards there, and you do all that there. But you don't mess up with the restaurant. The restaurant's a standalone entity. The restaurant can go till 10 o'clock at night and shut down. The clubhouse can go till midnight and operate and bring in revenue.
So you're talking about the dividing wall that we have.
That stays there.
Stays there. The left side becomes the restaurant?
Where it says 4 tops up there? Yes, sir. That's the restaurant area. Dedicated restaurant. There'd be some configuration we would have to do in there, but that becomes a true standalone restaurant.
And the right side becomes
19th hole.
Where the bar is.
Yep, that's just the 19th hole clubhouse. Yep. And we control that space. We control that. It goes back to how I started the discussion. What do we want to set off to the side initially, be it banquets or the restaurant, to get to there? Because one of the 3 things has to be stopped for a period of time. If we went down this road to do a restaurant and a clubhouse, we could not do banquets for a period of time until we built a banquet facility.
But you said the period of time would be like 3 months.
It could be very quick if we go.
We would not lose the whole 400,000.
We would not. No, ma'am. We would pick that timing of off season. We would pick it. The construction would go relatively quick based on the metal building we would use.
Maybe you turn it around. Build the thing first.
I agree with you.
And then you fix the inside of the existing building, and you don't lose anything.
There's definitely ways to skin the cat on that. Yeah.
I mean, if we agree to do it, that is.
Yes.
You build the new facility, banquet hall, and then you do the inside.
I got you. Yes.
If we go.
Yeah. So right now we are continuing the discussion staff-wise. We are leaning out to the corporate headquarters of Troon to give us the experts to talk about this with food and beverage, design folks that will help us shape these to be more detailed. To provide you. And then obviously there's going to be a cost to this. That's going to be the challenge.
What is the cost?
Well, it goes back to my swag right here. is that for us to do a standalone banquet facility that is connected, not another kitchen, connected to our kitchen with a breezeway that's enclosed and so on, it's at the worst case scenario, 250 to 500K. That's however crazy we want that place to look. It's in that ballpark, truly. Because you're building something that takes almost 200 to 300 people.
Okay.
It's a big size. To do just the clubhouse renovation and so on, you're talking probably in the 100K range. That's some new furnishings, that's some adjustments here and there. And then the restaurant's going to be on the higher end after discussing with Troon. Their food and beverage experts said, you want to rebrand a restaurant, you're higher than $500,000 to $1 million range. We don't want to go there, but there's probably some intermediate steps we can get to there. So there's a cost to this. We're going to start bucketing in more details on that cost. I think there's a combination of we're generating revenue towards it. There's a combination of we have some set aside reserves for our buildings and infrastructure that we could tap into, because this is not just throwing money at green space. This is throwing money at a revenue producing enterprise that immediately starts turning money for us as a district.
So can I say that $1 million is about what it would cost us?
To get us to 3 dedicated spaces, functional, yeah.
Can I also say that we do have the money?
I think over the next 12 months, we would
have the money?
We would have the funds and not be dipping too much into our reserves.
Well, you say we're going to carry over.
Exactly.
That other
That's the way I'm looking at it.
And then if we sell Horton, so I'm guessing we have the money if we wanted to do it.
It depends on the.
Raise our golf rates.
Yes. Yes.
Raise golf rates.
Plus, it would also give us additional revenue, right?
Very much so. We could probably take the 400K we'd produce in banquets. I don't want to say double, but we go to a different market.
Can I ask a question about that 400K?
Yep.
That includes bingo and trivia. Is that included in that?
Yeah.
Does anybody? Because that uses that side of the building. Is that part of this equation? In the numbers?
No.
Well,
you went with the.
That was my question coming up. Where will you put your members' events and your residents' events?
So I think once we get to that point where we have 3 dedicated spaces, the members would be in the 19th hole, I'll call it, and the banquet facility. They would never get into our restaurant. Our restaurant truly becomes a standalone restaurant that feeds anyone, but it's a different atmosphere, it's a different vibe, and it doesn't get bled into both other enterprises. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, but to Beverly's point, if there's
Members' event.
a members event, husband-wife event,
Okay.
they would go into the,
We would have the opportunity like we have now. That's why that partition wall is there. We could have the opportunity. We're shutting down the Island View for a night, and we're going to make it a full space event.
can we put them in the banquet hall?
Well, I'd prefer them to go that way. Yeah, I prefer that's where all that goes.
That's where.
It goes to the banquet hall.
That's where any of the big events.
So the banquet hall's going to have a bar, going to have
members wouldn't care.
dance hall, that type stuff. The banquet hall is going to be a standalone venue that you could have up to 300 people in an event.
So the member guests could go in the banquet hall.
That's
Yeah.
Yep.
because you would have there's no other place to go
Now I'm with you.
in Highlands County. I mean,
There are very few that would be competitive at the 300 seat range with all the amenities. Because once we bust out the back and have the proper lighting or the proper windows and take advantage of our lake, put a little gazebo out there on the dock and get married out there, all that fun stuff, that's an environment you cannot repeat anywhere in this county.
Yeah, but doesn't like Benny Little or something like that over on Sebring Parkway have a big building that they're putting banquets in now?
Mm-hmm. There are people entering that space right now because there's a need and no one's addressing it. Yeah. Yep.
I've got to get this up. How did the taco bar go at $20, 20 bucks or better?
How did what?
Where I'm getting at, you really expect to sell $25 breakfasts at your Sunday buffet? $25?
So two things on that. One, that was a discussion I had with Boz just at the press point that was actually directed down. Number two, we have that, which actually includes the breakfast buffet, which has some upgraded stuff, but it also includes there's no more charge, you're not going to get charged for coffee, water, juice, milk, all that stuff's included in that price. So that does knock it off a little bit.
$25 plus gratuity and tip. Plus gratuity and tip.
What is plus tax and.
What now?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
That's what I meant, tax. So you're talking $30 a head for an adult.
And you're defeating this purpose. And also your time.
I just can't believe that maybe I'm all messed up.
We need to relook at that.
Okay.
Well, shut up.
I got you.
Excuse me.
Yes. They brought up a staff recommendation. We looked at the numbers and whatnot. And yeah, I set that 25. I'm sorry. That's
Okay.
the price of doing business for what we had to bring in for that event. But I hear the concern. Let's see how this thing rolls out. If we need to tweak something, we'll tweak it.
You don't have to.
Okay. All right.
I can go,
Okay.
and I want to support my club. I live right here.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been told I have to go.
That's what
I got.
we have to make.
I understand.
Appearance,
Yes.
but it's not. But you really,
$25 for breakfast.
9 to 12.
Okay.
Sunday brunch is after church breakfast with your family. That's what it is. Is it not?
Okay. We're still far out. We control the timing on that. I agree with you
Sorry,
there.
I pulled you off.
So what do you?
No,
need
you're
to-
good. You're good.
What do you need to know about
Right.
If
R?
So on this, if there's an appetite from the board that we want to go down the path of increasing our amenities in this area for 3, that's kind of all I need, because then we'll put the right energy towards getting you the right costs and timelines and
What do
that
we
type
do
of stuff.
for free?
No, for 3 things. For 3 things. Restaurant, clubhouse, banquet.
I am all for the 3 distinct buildings or distinct areas.
Okay.
Proceeding with that. That's my vote. Yes.
I would have to, something has got to change because we cannot continue on the way we are, in my opinion. It's not working. I got a lot of visions of why it doesn't work, but that's.
I'd like to see Troon's report card.
Well, yeah, we got.
And I want to see sales projections based on this, not just throw money at it and hope.
But like this dive bar I went to, is 4 miles off of 27, and they're packing. And we're a mile off of 27, and we can't get anybody.
Yeah.
It just.
I happen to still have Troon's report from 2 years ago. If you want to see that, I'm sure it's going to be the same.
Yeah.
Oh, I also have the one from 5 years ago, if you'd like to see that one.
I'll wait for the fresh one.
Troon's just going to, I can tell you what the report's going to say.
And before we go down the road, we have to remember what our demographics are here in Thunder Lake. You're not going to have a place where people are going to come and be drinking more than 10 people at 10 o'clock at night. It's just not going to happen.
Well, but we've got 12,000 other residents that don't utilize this place at all.
Yeah.
That would maybe do it if we had different, a different set. Our focus is on the fact that we're old people. There ain't a bunch of old people out there for the 12,000. A lot of them are, but a lot of them are families, and we don't ever see, to a minimum, do we see families coming into the restaurant.
You're hitting on it. It's probably a time, once we set up the right thing based on projections we will get, is do we need to tap into another group that we haven't addressed appropriately? But that means they need to know about it. They need to know the deals. They need to message it. And we get out of the environment that I'm not worried about you not eating here at our restaurant, but on the way back from your restaurant, do you want to drop by and grab a drink? That's the market I think we need to start grabbing. And
We've never appealed to any of that.
I got you.
I mean, we've never even tried.
Okay. Wow.
How would we know?
Well, we tried, and they told them that it was closed.
I got to tell you, I think we have never promoted ourselves correctly, and I'm not quite sure how to promote ourselves.
Well, that's what.
But we have, the attempts that we've made have been, at best, fair.
We'll gather more information. We'll get some projections. We'll bring more back to you. The good thing about this is that there's a lot of small things that we can start adjusting when it comes to ambiance, furnishings, that type of stuff that are totally invisible to you all. We can start doing that to try to change some dynamics.
I wouldn't spend a lot of money on the inside until we know what we're doing.
No, I agree. But I'm saying we can do some small adjustments when staff training and so on. But we'll definitely need to lay out the long-term plan of the total cost.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're going to tie it to a budget line item and see where we get it from. Yeah.
So did I get the answer to all these trivia nights, and is that included in
The bulk of those are not counted. These are 30-plus groups that shut down a place.
30-plus groups of trivia?
Yeah.
So is that included in the number?
We can, let me get with him and.
The only reason I'm saying is we do a lot of events like bingo.
Yep.
If those are in the numbers, I personally think that we don't do a very good job of trying to solicit outside events.
Sure. Yep.
So I think you have to look at it. I mean, it's no offense to anybody who might be trying to do it right now, but I think we have to get somebody or get the proper staff to go out and solicit people.
Yep.
And get them to come to us.
We'll further drill down the banquet events that we showed you there. How much money, what groups were they, so that you have a clear understanding.
I think we sit back and people call us and we go, okay.
Yep, I got you. All right. So we'll continue this discussion. Golf minutes, cut and dry, nothing of concern. They don't have a meeting this month. They'll restart up next month. Yeah. Unless you have a question on golf. Yes, sir. What are you, leveling turtle run?
He's got 2 and 6 to do. I think he's going to try to get this year.
I'd have to get you specific. Yes, sir. Yeah. Turtle 2 timeline.
You mean the leveling of turtle? What's he going to do?
Domed.
Huh?
The red tee box on.
Yeah, I know we're adjusting that.
Be domed, and he needs to level it off.
Yep, we'll get you an answer on that.
Huh?
Why are they not level now? It just seems like.
It just happens over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's where they're in the machine, where they cut them. It just kind of.
You got that and a 1 on 6 turtle.
Okay, we put the 3 departments. Well, first, I'm remiss. We have Nick is joining us from the county deputy. He's now our director of operations, so we replaced Roger. So he now is in charge of permitting, code enforcement, security, and the recreation facilities. So Nick, you say hello and introduce yourself very quickly.
Well, hello. I'm happy to be here.
Welcome.
Part of the team. I appreciate it. Fantastic team here. Some people sort of sold this position to me, and it's a very exciting opportunity. And sitting through this meeting, there's a lot of future here. Things in Highlands County, my previous employee, you're talking about things to solve those solutions. So it's really exciting to be here on the ground floor of this and to be part of this team. So thanks for having me.
Glad to have you.
Good luck. And then we also brought Cameron on as our IT director, so we are now no more involved with Mid-Florida IT. We're getting all in-house, getting positive control of our departments. He's a one-man shop. He's going to be running the show for us.
Do we have his contact
He's under your
information?
total control.
Do I have your contact information?
No comment.
Yeah. So.
We got one other.
You want to give it out now? No.
Other than that, yes, sir.
The young lady down there.
Well, she's our deputy operations director, assistant deputy. So she works, we brought her up from the rec manager, but she's now working with Nick on all those 4 departments, part of her professional progression in our organization. So
Very good.
Sarah's a great, she's been part of the team 2+ years now. All right, so we appreciate what she brings, and definitely it's a
new face at the table.
Yes. A little tweaking based on our policy book of Sun and Lake, how we do that. So other than the GM and the council, all your departments fall under a low, not lower level, but a different level of engagement. We already approved their budgets. We already have their data in the the GM's report, but I wanted them to have an opportunity if there's something specific, or you have something specific for them. Hence, you see a slight tweaking here. Clubhouse and golf manager got moved down with finance, community engagement. So if you have something for them, or if they have something for you, now's the opportunity to take advantage of that. But there's not going to be a whole separate golf report or a whole separate golf budget. That's not how it's structured per our policy manual. We shouldn't be doing that. So. I know it upsets you, but. But they're at the table to answer any questions if you have anything specific for them.
So he's not going to give us.
We're eliminating reports?
No, the report is in, all the golf stuff is in the GM's report. I just move it right in there. And their budget, you already approved in the consent agenda.
Right.
So since we're really addressing both of their things, for them to, all in effect, to synchronize our meetings, for them to regurgitate all that stuff kind of defeats the purpose. But they're still at the table if you have a specific question that you want them to address or answer or whatnot.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Sure, that's why they're here, yeah.
So I'm just curious, Michael, how was the Rick Arnold event at the clubhouse? As far as how many people showed up, you got any idea?
I don't have an actual total number on that right now, but I can send it to you.
How about the karaoke?
Karaoke was very good.
Because I heard I was told, I didn't stay for it, but I was told that the reservations were very.
The reservations actually started out fairly low. A lot of reservations were not required. There was a lot of walk-ins, and I've talked to quite a few people. A lot of people walked in. It was actually very well.
So that was a good event?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are we going to do that in the fall when everybody's here? Be a great event.
We can. It comes back down to the same point of, what's going to be best utilization of our space. So do we put that in the banquet room and keep our a la carte business going? Because at that point in the fall and spring, probably we're busy enough with all of our golf groups, all of our diners, and all of that. It may not make sense to do karaoke at that point in time because we're already too busy. But we can evaluate that.
Is that good?
Does that make sense?
No. I think, what about all the people that come down in the fall? Don't you want to do a good event for them?
You would like to see a consistent flow of special events throughout the year, irregardless of timing. Is that what I'm taking?
Yeah, if karaoke works in the summer, can you imagine what it would be in the fall?
I got
fabulous.
Well, then that's up for our staff to figure out how we get us to that point. That's how we'll get you an answer.
A golf question, if I may. The Turtle Run, I know Norcross got up and said it looked wonderful, but some of the greens are starting to look
stressed.
Is that a good word? Stressed? I'll use that word. I was going to say something else, but stressed is good. That's good.
Yes. So
I don't want to go down this again. It's starting to remind me of Deer Run 8 months ago or 9 months ago. Really, I'm being honest. We got a problem?
I'll explain it for you. So spoke with Jimmy yesterday. I rode yesterday, saw the same thing you did. And Mr. Rhodes was with me today. We went out there and we had a long conversation. I had a conversation with Jimmy yesterday and today. There is some disease pressure out there. It is nothing. It's not the same as what you've seen in the wintertime. It's brown patch. It's been sprayed 2 times now. It is responding to that. Obviously, it's going to take the recovery time, but that's the report. Unless you have anything to add to that, you are correct.
It's brown spot?
Brown patch.
Brown patch?
Yeah.
And what do we spray it with?
What's that? It's basically Heritage, wasn't it? But it's generic. Heritage is the name brand, but
did that dry jack that we did even, doesn't seem to have.
They're not related to each other.
Huh?
They're not related to each other.
2 different things.
Oh, so the dry jack worked, but the greens are still bad.
And they're not dead. There is a couple bare patches that'll need to be addressed, but they're not dead. The dry jack and the brown patch are not related in any way.
Are we still planning on closing Turtle for a week? Sometime this year? Or we're not planning on closing it at all?
I think we did that
No,
already.
we are.
Huh? No.
We are closing Turtle Run on August 14th and 15th.
2 days?
2 days.
For aeration and something else.
Well, and I believe that's when we're going to do those 2 tee boxes.
We used to close it like for 4 weeks on and off over the summer. All of a sudden, we're closing it for 3 days. We're going to be good?
We can close it as long as you want to, but we won't have any.
Huh?
We'll have the golf course.
I thought when
I spoke with Jimmy this morning.
We're going to close Turtle.
He was, once Deer reopens, he wants to look at closing Turtle for a short period of time for some cultural practice.
So we are going to close Turtle after we open Deer.
He's evaluating it. He would like to, but I mean.
I'll tell you, Turtle goes down,
I
you're out.
understand.
I'm telling you right now.
Well, he's going to overseed though this year. T-box and greens.
Okay.
I'll get you all an update for Turtle for the next couple months, what our timeline is, what's down, what's up, and provide it to you.
What is the
Better explain. We're opening what day? What's our event day?
September 5th.
September 5th is the target date.
Yep.
If there's any bare spots out there, I don't want it open.
On September 4th, and then we'll.
We can set that up for y'all. We can do that.
Because any bare spots out there, these people are just going to say, well, let's see, we told you so.
Okay.
Better do it on the 3rd.
We'll plan a drive through.
Or even before that.
Yeah, we'll plan a drive through for you.
In a couple of weeks, you'll have a really good idea of what we got.
Yep. Okay.
That's all I had for Mike. I got a couple for you.
Just go ahead, sir. Yeah, sure.
Well, just give me some updates, if you would, on like the digital signing.
Digital signs are, the pushback has been, not pushback, the access to an electrician. Since we don't have one on staff, we're having to use our contractor. And they've been challenged with other projects with our wastewater and our generators. So the sign at the district's going in this week. Then the signs on the Ortega and the others. The 2 furthest out ones up in Norca, that's going to take a while because Duke Power's got to drop us a line. So you're going to start seeing the signs pop up, and then we'll start pushing the messages out. Yeah.
And the recycling, I forgot to ask Scott when he was here. The recycling
their engineer, Gator Howerton, the part of the county, he was the lead for that. So now the assistant popped up in there. It's something I'm pushing with Commissioner Kerwak. The county needs to elevate it.
We're still way off.
Oh, yeah, for execution, yeah, it's a county project, so, yeah.
How about the tortoise relocation progress? How are we on that?
We are still clear cutting up there. Our operator, main operator, is the one that went down for the medical. He's in the hospital for a few more months. So we're having to put another person in there.
He's recovering okay?
He is recovering. I mean, it's a blood disease, so it's going to be a challenge. So we're continuing progress there, yeah. It's not going to open anytime soon, in the next 3-4 months of clear cutting. So
anything on the lighting plan with sustainability?
So the light plan is saying, their ability to put in lights that are attached to the Duke network are going to be cost prohibitive to us, because unlike Duke, they can tap into any line on the street at no cost. A third-party vendor, they're going to charge them a crazy amount. So if Duke's charging me about $4,000 a light, if Sustainability Partners did it, it'd be $40,000 a light. So that's not an option. What sustainability is now working on a plan is for certain areas in the district that are not tied to the grid, power grid, can they provide an equivalent solar type light for nights in those areas and then give me a comparable? That's the road they're going down right now. They're not going to be able to compete with Duke Power of trying to get into the network here. Yeah.
Okay. Anything on the state monies, the $250,000 that the state owes us?
The Jamal, the park money?
Yeah, so we are currently in process of getting that back. So we are working with the state to do the closeout of the grant. There's some problems where certain things were filed that was, was filed, but it was filed and it had redactions in it. So the state wanted us to, when we filed that document, they wanted to make sure that it's a public document. So I had to go to the courthouse yesterday to kind of figure out how can we, fix that. Once we get that fixed, then we will have a idea of where we're at with the closeout. of the grant.
It's the bureaucracy of
I
it.
mean, we finished that project over a year ago.
Yes, sir.
And they still owe us 250,000.
Yes. Additional money coming our way.
Huh?
Real process, but we're getting it together.
Okay. Did you get anything back from Troon? Based on your letter?
No, Brian, you got like another week before you get me the golf assessment?
Yeah.
Yep.
Everybody.
Yeah, they've all visited. We've had meetings to include this afternoon. So I've met with all their corporate folks individually, as with Mike and the team. And I think the dates we set start coming in next week as they provide the products. So, yeah.
And we're still working on the contract?
Oh yeah, the language of the contract with Troon is something. Yeah, we're discussing.
We haven't done it with them yet, or?
We haven't got with them yet. We got to get our language together.
We're still
first.
getting it up from our side?
Yep.
Okay. How about I saw in one of your emails that you've authorized 150 trees for the golf
So
course?
along the golf course. So right now we've expended 44,000 out of the 500,000, 440,000 out of the 500,000 for the greens project. So tied to the greens project, since the greens are pretty much in the just watching grass grow phase, we have about $50,000 that we can put towards deer effectively. And Jimmy's working on the cost of adding some buffers with trees, pines, something like that. So I said, give me the cost for X amount, 150, so we can see if we can put that into that, tied to also cart paths. So those are going to be numbers that we're going to put into the greens project deer run.
What's the intention with cart paths? You want to extend it by 4,000 feet?
We want to have a continuous cart path from the hole 1 to hole 18 to keep people on cart paths and off our greens and our fairways and our roughs and all that fun
No,
stuff.
I like the idea.
It's a great idea.
Yeah. So we have just a lot of segments that we just got to start connecting.
How long will it take us to do it?
Oh, it's pretty costly.
We won't be here, right? I won't be here.
Well, to be honest, it's 2,500 square feet is about $100,000. So it's going to take a while.
Yeah, but now, is it going to be a requirement to stay on the cart path? And then you're going to expect all of these
Only
old, but how often do we have wet weather in this sand? I mean, it's just doesn't, anyway, if you start having these people walk,
There are some gaps that make total sense to connect. That's where our focus on right now. There's a couple gaps on deer. I think deer 3 to 4 or 5. That's like a quarter-mile gap. We're not going to spend money there. That's a wasted money. But there are some very short things that it doesn't make any sense not to have a clean connection because people are driving all over the place.
So there's a master plan.
Yeah, that's what Jimmy's putting together.
Oh, Jimmy's doing it, working on it now?
Yep.
I still am confused now. Considering what we're talking about with the clubhouse, how does the investment in the snack shop plan make any sense?
Well, that's definitely part of the discussion. We got to see how far we want to take that side.
Because you got 25,000 we allocated for the snack shop.
Yes.
To me, it doesn't make sense if we're going to work on the.
Well, that's a perfect example that if we migrate that money to a clubhouse project, we have at least fenced off some money. It may come to a point where, based on our focus being on our clubhouse, our restaurant, and our banquet facility, that we find a third-party vendor to run a enterprise and they just pay us for use of the space for the snack bar. I'm just throwing that out there. That's a discussion we're having, if there's any value in that. Because then we don't have to mess with it, but we get a check every month.
There's got to be some kind of a parking space.
Agree.
Right,
I mean,
now,
yeah.
Because that's one of the things where one of the reasons the ice cream cone didn't take off, but there just was no places.
I totally agree. It's going to be tied to our driving range discussion, our increase to the driving range. So that whole area there is going to be part of this discussion once we lay out more details of what we have for that plans. Yeah.
If we go forward with this 3-step scenario through the buildings, what happens with this place?
It gets more.
Because right now we have money we're allocating money
To
for
upgrade
this
here,
place
sure.
as well. Should we be doing that?
Again, what we need to get more use over here is people that rent it for connection to our rec facilities. No one's, there are some weddings here, but for the most part, they're using the spaces around here.
Yeah, but if for weddings going forward, if we were to have the
They'll
three
go over there.
buildings,
Yeah.
we're going to go to the other building.
Yeah.
So what does this become?
There's a bigger strategic discussion that we need to have. Yes, I agree with you. It's, I need to keep maintaining this to keep this up to par so we can rent it. But what it becomes in the future, that's definitely on the table.
Well, I think we allocated again $25,000 for this place.
Yep.
In the budget, current budget
You
that's
got it.
proposed.
Yep.
I don't think we ought to spend it until we know for sure what the heck we're doing.
No, and you're right. And that's, we fence it off, we
So we
use
could
it, we
take that
redirect it.
25 and the other 25,
You got it.
there's 50,000.
Yep. Yes.
Oh, you're quick.
I just don't want to spend money that we're throwing away. That's,
I'm with you there.
we do that
We do
without
that a
trying.
lot.
Is that all you got?
That's all I
For
have.
me? Yes, sir.
I know we talked about this one other time, but the second turn lane off of 27 onto Sun and Lake Boulevard,
Yes.
is there a time frame? Do you
DOT
remember?
is in a 9-month window for DOT. They're
It's in
just
the
working
9
down
month?
from Avon Park, so, yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Anything else?
Any other discussion from the board? Questions?
We're good. Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second, please.
Thank you much.
Motion adjourned. Oh, peace.